Grok 4.5 is probably going to be that Opus killer. I don't know, but we're going to find out in this stream. And if you're probably watching right now, we're just going to do a full-on live hands-on inside of Cursor. And I'm not going to read to you all these benchmarks and fancy stuff because sometimes this doesn't really mean anything. The only thing you need to know is that it's going to cost you $2 per million input and $6 for a million output. And it's going to be double that if you're basically using the fast mode. So we're just going to do a speed run of this right now. And we're going to kind of play around and figure out, can we actually make an iOS app? Because I've been doing a lot of iOS development lately with the Fable models and also the Opus models, and they're really, really good with that. And so the thing that we're actually going to build is an iOS app for the Canoe Club. And the Canoe Club has a lot of different requirements and people who are using them and so forth. And so I've already laid out a whole entire spec here about what the app is about. And I got a completely super detailed version of it here as well inside of Cursor. So this is like hundreds of lines, including data models. Like this is just how I build software. I'm also going to connect this up with inside of Convex. So Convex is going to be basically driving the back end for some of this. And so I want that at the very end to have an app so we get like notifications and we have a whole bunch of stuff. We have an admin, we have a whole bunch of things going on. And we're currently just chilling live right now in Hawaii. The nice thing about everything being in Hawaii, it's about 3:30 right now. So we're about to be flying all the way through the night. And so y'all chilling with me is going to be a nice chill stream. So yeah, there's going to be timestamps if you come back to this live stream later on. We're going to just cover everything. We're also going to have Clerk for authentication. So Clerk and Convex are going to be wired together. And I'm trying to see, can Grok 4.5 with the high thinking be that model that just replaces Opus for me? And can I just leave it inside of Cursor and let it do its thing? Cursor is currently until, I forget the exact date. I think it's July 12th or July 14th, or I actually don't really remember the date, but they're actually kind of doubling the usage for this model right now. So it's a really good time to try it out. We have this here. Also, if you're interested in trying Cursor for like 50% off for the month, https://rfer.me/cursor. Did I spell it correctly? C-U-R? Okay, cool. Yeah, I did. And then you can go ahead and I just dropped it into the chat, and hopefully that's coming through right now. So you should see the link rfer.me/cursor. You click that. If you haven't had an account yet, you should be able to sign up and get 50% off. I guess I get some credits, but I already have credits from Cursor, so it doesn't matter. It's more of just a benefit for you guys. And this is definitely not a sponsored stream or anything, but as you know, I've been friends with those folks for a long time. I did not get early access to the model, so this is literally just my first look at this thing. You can see how in-depth this plan is. There's multiple phases to this plan. This is like 4 huge phases, and I'm just going to send it off at the stream, so we'll build a bunch of things at the same time. So you can see how crazy this plan is, and what I'm going to do, I already started in plan mode, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new chat in this thing. I already have it. It's basically just a blank project with just the Cursor plan mode. And then we also have the Cursor v2 spec here. And I want to see, is it going to respect everything for how we, have skill files and all these other things as well. So it's currently set up on this Mac here. And I'm just going to add the v2 first and then the at plan. I don't even know if I need to do the plan. Cool. I'll do plans. I say, okay, cool. It should figure out that there is a plan in here, but yeah, you can take a look. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go all the way in. I'm just going to do multitask mode. And then here I have Cursor 4.5 Grok high fast. If you click this, you can actually hit edit and then select the model. I chose fast because we only have one speed right now, which is to go. So I'm just going to tell it this prompt here. This is the app that I want to build, and we're going to have to bootstrap this because there's literally nothing in this repo. And I'm going to want you to implement this plan and kind of get us through the first phase of work here. Obviously, it's going to require setting some stuff with Convex, setting up some stuff with the iOS project as well, and some of the other factors for authentication and everything. It may even require me to give you some credentials and other information, which I will then be able to supply for you. And then as far as the spec, you can reference that, and then you can use ref tools and Xcode to help you with this type of implementation. And since we're in multitask mode, you can also use parallel agents to do the first phase of the implementation. I also want you to make sure that you have access to the various skill files for iOS 26 and later. All the skill files are currently set up in the project in the global scope. And if you can't see them, then we'll have to adjust and get you pointed in that right direction. So you have everything you need here. Go ahead and get started and let's cook, fam. All right, let's see what's up. All right, so we got this whole thing set up here. Let's go ahead and see if I can send it across right. Meow. All right, so this is our first time, actually, this is like my second prompt with Grok. The first prompt was literally just telling it to commit the plans. It was a test live stream earlier because I'm just testing out the studio right now. For those who don't know, I'm basically just landed in Hawaii, getting everything set up. And so this is kind of like the vibes that we're at right now. You can kind of see a little bit of the sunshine and rainbows and everything. So hopefully everyone's doing pretty good. I'm just kind of figuring out where you're at. I'm just seeing how everyone's doing. It says preparations A through G complete. The composer generate the plan. No, I actually had Fable 5 in max mode, 1 million, really generate the plan. What's 1337? It's called LEET, L-E-E-T. It's kind of like a gamer tag type of thing, kind of like old school gamer type of stuff vibe. That's kind of really what I'm rolling up with. So your setup is fire no matter where you are. Yeah, dude, we got to get the fire setups like IRL and everything. So as of right now, if you're trying to figure out what's going on, this is what's happening. So we have the chat that's been kicked off and it's kicked off. It tried to kick off 3 subagents and they couldn't start. So then it restarted them again. I don't know why it's using Sonnet 5 high. Wow. I guess so. I mean, that's the cursor harness. To be honest, I just wanted to use Grok 4.5 high. Fast. Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand why it's doing that, but that's okay. So it's using Sonnet 5 high. It's really weird. So we're not actually using the model completely. Maybe I'll stop it and say only use the Grok cursor Grok models. Stop. Okay. I only want you to use the cursor Grok 4.5 high fast model. Okay. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stop everything. Stop. Oh my God. Okay. I think I stopped everything. Stop. Okay, cool. So there's 420 worth of changes. And so let me cook for a second because I got to get this stuff a little bit sorted out. All right. So let's go ahead and let me see. Can I just back out these changes? Oh, it did the whole install. Okay. So let me go to Git Tower. Git. Okay. So now that I have Tower open, I'm basically just going to unstage all the changes. Working copy. I'm just going to go command this. I'm going to say discard, move to trash. Let's see. I guess so. Yeah, discard, move to trash. Trash it. Okay. Node modules, move to trash. Okay. So we should be back now to our working state from the beginning of the plan. So yeah. Okay. So here we are. Close this. Okay. So let's go back to files. Yeah, I was unaware that the harness would do that, but I guess it makes sense. You know, they're trying to save money and stuff. Let's go back here. I'm just going to rerun the same prompt and it should just overwrite it. I hope. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. All right. Let's see what happens. This thing is cooking right now. All right. So while it's doing that, it says planning next moves. Let me catch up a little bit with the chat. Cursor is shooting from the hip. I think so. Yeah. Okay. Use Grok 4.5 for plan, Composer 2.5 for coding. Is that a good plan? Yo, I think it could do it all. I didn't do the plan mode, but this is just like, can we take a plan from the most expensive model, which is currently Fable? That's what I did. And then use that as our thing. So what's really weird is that the harness is now going to Sonnet 4.6 max. Bro. I guess. How do I tell it to just only use one model? That's interesting. Like, I don't want Sonnet, right? Like, I mean, Sonnet is a good model and it's probably like saving me money and stuff. That's interesting. So the implementation isn't even in Grok itself. Huh. Wild. Yeah, I really wanted to test cursor. Maybe if I just do non-multitask mode, right? All right, I'm gonna try that now. All caps helps. Remove the models and only use Grok. I think it's just a part of how it should work. I'm just gonna stop them all right now. We gotta stop. Stop the beat. Okay, so let me get this figured out here. So this is interesting. Stop. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted, let's take it off multitask mode. So I was doing multitask mode because I wanted to have this like orchestration thing happening. But I'm just gonna do it this. Yeah, so I'm gonna say, let's see, multitask as far as, since we're in multitask mode, you can use parallel agents, but only use the Grok, cursor Grok 4.5 high fast model. Okay. Okay. I think that's it. I'm going to try one more time and I'm going to just try multitask mode. I think that's it. Let's just try. Let's see, revert. Revert all the changes. There's a lot of changes. Did it revert everything? If not, I'm going to have to manually revert them. Git Tower. I don't think it did. Tower. Let's see. It did not revert everything. So cursor, okay, it did. Okay, now it followed my instructions. This is good news. Okay. So the good news is now it's following my instructions to only use Grok 4.5 fast. And I'm just going to revert all these other changes. So that way we really kind of test the model. I'm super curious to see how this is going to perform. And I want to make sure I do the diligence here. All right. So we're back here and we're back. And I said, only use the cursor Grok 4.5 high fast. I've unstaged all my changes and then we're going to quit these sessions. So there's this is all we see right now in our file system. So we have our plan and let's just go ahead and send it again. And so we're now in multitask mode. So the thing that I want to test out here, and the reason kind of why I want to stick to this model is if we're just going to use phase one with Grok 4.5 fast, it's supposed to be like a really fast model as far as tokens per second. I think the regular model is 80 tokens a second, and I'm not sure how fast the high one is, but it should be pretty fast. So it says phase one is cooking on a high fast worker, so it's going to use the Convex Bootstrap, Clerk wiring, and the iOS 26 Xcode project generation. When it needs Clerk's Convex keys and Apple signing bits, I'll call them out. I'll ping you when the first milestone lands. Okay, cool. So here it is basically now running inside of Cursor, and we're actually using the Grok model. And so we can kind of take a look here at the subagent. We're going to make it full window so you can see these little arrows, which basically show you where the subagent is right now. So right now it's basically using some tooling. So this is using ref tools and MCPs. And then it's actually doing runs and getting some additional context here for what's going on. Let me just kind of put it back to the regular zoom size. Let me go back here. Okay, so it should be telling us, kind of what's going on. So let me go back here, up here. Okay, where are we at? iOS launch plan. Okay, phase one Bootstrap. I don't know where my chat went. Okay, there's a bug. Go back. Huh. I see this, but I don't see where's my repository? Okay. I think this is it. Okay, here we are. So let me remove plan mode. So we're currently inside of, wow, there's some bugs. I lost the chat. That's so strange. Okay, let me sort by, ordering updated, yes. Let me uncheck repository. Status, unread. Show updated. Workspace. Okay. I don't see it. Repository. Phase one Bootstrap. Whoa. Okay. This is awkward. So I just lost the chat? No way. Updated? I hear it going. Here we go. Okay, here we are. This is not it. Okay, launch plan. Here we go. Phase 1. Repository review changes. Okay. I'm hearing changes. I just don't see. Wow, this is a pretty bad bug. So I basically can no longer find the chat that I was just using. Huh. Okay. Wow. Okay, so Grok 4.5. This is the build. Let me open in the IDE. Let me see if I can see the chat here. Codex, new agent. I can see history maybe, archived. No matching agents. Okay, let me go in here. Wow. Can you use search? Yeah, I'm about to use search right now. This is having a heck of a time. So I have here the iOS app launch plan, which is the only thing that sees here. And then I could see, like, I don't even know what the name is. So like handoff phase 1, I think, but that's for the older apps. That's not the current one. Here's the thing that we're working on. And then here's this one for the plan. And then that's it. I don't see anything else. Wow. Oh, this sucks. I'm going to quit it. Whoa. I don't think I've ever seen this. Agents? This is all I'm seeing right now. Wow. Okay, let me quit. Okay, here we go. Phase 1, Mokuhui Bootstrap. Cancel. Phase 1, Mokuhui Bootstrap. It's gone. That is so strange. Oh, man. Let's see. IDE. Agents window. Okay. Yep. I don't see. No, we don't want clock code. We want new agent. Phase 1. Okay, so it's going to look through my conversations and see if it can find it, I guess. I don't know, but this is basically the repo that we see right now. So as of now, here's the repo, and it's currently being bootstrapped, and it's actually running in the background. It somehow has disappeared off my actual list, but we can actually see that it's made a full-on like iOS app, and we're actually hearing the agent in the background doing its thing. So it's literally just, it's going through everything. It's even got like the design and the different, and there's even like a web portion of this. So like this is cooking right now in the background. It's going super fast. And so did it find the agents? So it says, I'll search. Okay. I can't find the chat. That's so weird. Yeah. Okay. So the docs, Clerk setup. It's doing everything. That's amazing. Okay. So is it even getting it's even doing the Git commits? Yeah. Bootstrap. Okay. It's even writing the commits. 10,000 lines already changed. Yo, this is crazy. So yeah, it even changed. Okay, that's so weird. Okay, so while that's going, I wanted to show you an app that I'm also working on in parallel. Well, I'm just gonna let the composer, not composer. I'm gonna let the Grok 4.5 thing keep going. So there's a bug that's happening right now inside of the Cursor agent where it's going, but it's actually disappeared from my side panel and I can't even find the chat history. And when I click Cursor, it's like, hey, do you want to close it? It's still there. And I give it the name and it can't even find it. So yeah, I have to let the team know that that's broken. Stuff happens. And so right now, I'm working on another iOS app and it's called SayRay. And so what this does is basically just the real-time transcriptions. So what you can do here is just speak real time. And what I basically have done is I wanted to, like, I've done some more changes and I was using Fable with this. So I'm going to try to start using the new Grok 4.5 to basically start adding features and doing stuff. And what's nice about this model is that it's extremely fast. And I added this new thing to help people like do some things here. So if we want to hear things in Spanish, we can just speak in English and it'll say everything in Spanish.
Simplemente hablamos en inglés y dirá todo en español.
It's crazy how fast it is actually, and it's really, really good. And so, yeah, I've done a lot of refinements to this thing, and you can see like how fast it is. And then you could even see like a take that's being saved here. So like you can slide up or slide up here like this. It's super smooth and bubbly. And then you can see the stuff that's currently in progress, which is really, really cool. And so it has like all the nice little iOS, like stuff that you would normally want. You can see your saved notes as well and kind of go back to them at any time. And so they're really cool. And if you needed to share them, you can also share them out as well, or replay them back. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So it's kind of a fun app. I was just kind of playing around with, and I want to ship my first app. I've never actually shipped an app to the App Store because when I was an employee at said fruit company, you're not allowed to actually do this type of stuff. So I was like, okay, let me just kind of do something that I see my community needs a lot. They need interpretation and also dictation. And I know people were traveling a lot. They literally had problems where another family member had a stroke and they couldn't speak like French or a different language. And they were going to charge them lots of money to hire an interpreter to come to the hospital to talk to them. And the people in the hospital were being like super difficult about it. And I'm like, that's so dumb. You know, they're like, oh, we can't speak English because it's like, we don't want to tell you the wrong information. I'm like, okay, this is solved already. The demographic that I'm shooting for are the people who probably like in their 60s and older, where it's just like they need the bigger fonts and different things like that. This is not going to be something that you'll see someone on X really talk about very much or on social media because it's not really for the younger demographic. When I show older people like what's happening, their mind is blown when they're just watching this. They're like, where can I download your app immediately? And so it's very helpful. I didn't realize for people who have like memory problems, especially the older demographic. And this is a niche that's probably super slept on if you haven't thought about this, but aim for people who have money. And that's basically a lot of baby boomers right now because they've had a longer time to have their money in the market and have a lot of generational wealth kind of build up. And so a simple app that's basically, like X amount of dollars per week or X amount of dollars per year can yield you quite a bit of money if you just get one of them like in a good use experience. And then they will tell 10 of their friends because they're always all hanging out with each other anyways. And so it's just kind of novel for them. And it's just also extremely helpful, especially since they're the ones who probably can afford to travel and do other things too. This is still going, right? So like this is basically a voice note at this point. And then you can save it and kind of do other stuff. You can kind of view it here. And so yeah, it's been going pretty well. All of this was obviously built with Fable, but I'm going to start transitioning to see if I can do some iOS features with this. So yeah, there's quite a bit of code as you can see how all the different services are here. Because I also have like tests and other services and real-time connectors and whole things as well. So I also have like an onboarding workflow so that this is also done as well. I connected it to Revenue Cat. So I was trying to figure out what was the best way to do billing. And I talked to some of the folks at Revenue Cat during the AI Engineer event. And they're just like, just use our stuff. That way you don't have to write all this extra code and keep it around and everything like that. So I'm trying it out for the first time and it seems to be pretty lucrative, but they also have like an MCP, which I get hooked up and all the configuration stuff, I'm just kind of telling agents to do it, which is kind of nice because that's kind of the part I was dreading. And then the other thing there's called ASC CLI. So that's going to be hooking up to your App Store credentials and then it hooks up to the App Store Connect. And then we'll, say you get all the stuff that you need ready for getting all that stuff going. So we back. Yes, we're totally back. Just woke up and is Grok. So right now it's currently going. It's going so well that I can't actually see what's going on. So yeah, Jay, that's the new, yes, real-time voice. And that model is sick. There's a new update to the real-time voice that I want to try out as well. And I have another character called Pebbles, which we'll feature and take a look at later on as well. Maybe we'll take a look at that as well. The iOS UI was Fable. Yep. Yeah. So I want to see maybe if I could reproduce this. I don't know. This would be kind of cool. I'm not a software engineer, but it's genuinely interested. What is the quality of this code? Is it terrible spaghetti BS or is it solid? Okay, so the only reason why the code is actually working and works really decently and organized decently, there's a lot of complexity in some ways when you're dealing with code like this because you have UI state and then you also have data and then you're also having to deal with like connectors and other things that need to happen. So the way that they basically have unified the app, because I also have an app that I'm shipping for the Mac as well. So this also works on the Mac as well as iOS. And there's different views and things. So you typically would have to make like shared code and have these different containers to have, pieces of your views and different things that were like Mac specific or maybe iOS specific. So it did a good job. Fable did an incredible job kind of organizing everything here. So it has the app model here and then has the models here for like the real time. And so it did a pretty awesome job with this. It also has like the different services we have. It's a pretty big app when you start to think about all the different things. But I've had to refactor it because they were really large files. And I like to work with like much smaller files, like especially with my views, because now they're like 30 lines, they're like 20 lines. So, and like if you're thinking about this in terms of like React, you would think of your views in some ways like components, like try to like make them into smaller pieces of code. That way you'll have like these conventions so that's easier to understand where things are happening. So in iOS, you can see it says live dictation, whatever it is. So everything around live dictation is pretty much right here in the same area because it's just alphabetical. And then the next thing is just like about the dock. So this dock has a dock for my iOS, which kind of has a really weird resizing thing. And then it has another thing for Mac OS, which is different. So usually there's these little, this is if and if. So this will say if iOS do these things, and these are the state properties that you'll have to kind of change and update. This is just for the views. This is just for like waiting for data to be hydrated inside the app. And then for the like Mac OS parts, you'll see them if Mac OS. And so those are the conditions you would use for those things. So like since everything is dock related in here, this is all for iOS mostly. And then I think, let's see, there's a dictation model controls, which are kind of shared across all of them. So this is kind of why it's on the shared area. It's a lot of code. It's a lot of stuff that's going on. I feel like it's not spaghetti code. If you spend a lot of time in coding, you can probably, it's just really, okay. So I think the thing you want to ask yourself, and it's a really good question, it's like the code, if you're writing it with like an Opus class model, it's going to be good enough to work and ship to the App Store. The bigger things you should be more concerned about instead of code quality, because if you're not going to be reading the code, how are you going to know how to refactor and debug it unless you spend a lot of time as a software engineer? So the bigger factors are like, what questions should you be asking, and focus more on testing. So as a user, you want to go through your workflows and categorize and say, okay, these workflows to like purchase the app should be good. Anything around security. So can I log in? Can a user who doesn't have access? So your value is going to be more providing like use cases and testing around your app to make sure it should function and actually like deliver the value and then maybe over deliver in terms of experience so that users feel like they're getting what they're getting. So when you save a note, if you close it or put it in the background, is it still running? Is it still recording the notes? If it's not, then tell your agent to go fix that. So like that's a really good bug because most people want to test that way, right? And agents don't necessarily know to test that way. I just know from testing that way because I've worked with software for a long time. But I feel like there's you can be more value when you start to think this way, and you'll start to become more obvious when you start to like use software. And QA engineering is probably the best bucket to put this into, more for the fact that like you want to think about your app more from like a user perspective and not from an engineer, right? So pretend like you're seeing this app for the first time. How would you use it? Is it intuitive? Give the app to other people, seeing what they're saying, and that's going to be super helpful for you. Hopefully that answers some of the questions. I know it's kind of confusing, but I do like the output of what Fable's been doing, Claude Opus 4.8. Claude Opus 4.5 and later has been writing like decent Swift code, but I find the Fable models do a lot better at like long-term horizon thinking, and then thinking through, okay, if I update a view and then if data's coming in, I should also update the data model and then like, do that thing. Oh, since it's a Mac app, I should also look at the iOS side and see if there's any shared code. So I'm looking at the thinking traces in Fable, and I can actually see it do that type of thinking, which is very impressive for the model. And it's actually helping it write better code, I think, from my opinion. So that's kind of what I want to see as well from a Grok model like that we're seeing right now. And I can't really see what's going on because I think all I know is that maybe it did something, but okay, is this it? Oh, phase 1, first build. Search through my recent transcripts to find conversations. Okay, no. So is this it? Oh no, we lost the conversation. Okay, let me quit the app. Cursor. Oh, is it going to quit? Okay, let's see. I think, dude, okay, so let me relaunch Cursor here. Hopefully it'll work. Let's see what's going on. Totally agree about QA. I think because you planned it in Fable, that Fable injected instructions to use its own models. Oh, I don't think so, actually. That's a really good call out, though. Turns out it's stored in the database in some temporary local browser storage instead of actual database and application store. I had an app that saved the browser tabs in the database. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you use a Fable model, definitely use Fable for some type of audit like that for sure. Once you know how to architect software, you can tell AI how to architect software for you. The ideas are the same, the thing, but writing the code is different. Yeah, I think that's kind of where it's at. I kind of have a bias because I have a lot of experience, but I think you can learn a lot from being around other people who make software too. So that's kind of the other thing. I have a free community if you guys want to join while this thing is still kind of trying to load up right now. Go to https://rfer.me/startmyai. That's currently pinned right now in the comments, but I'll put it in here again. It's literally just a free community. I'm trying to build this so that other people can connect with each other. And the whole point of this is just so that, you know, I could share kind of things that I come across on X, things that are really important, and other stuff that's kind of going on, obviously. So you'll meet other people who are doing cool stuff. They'll post some things and share maybe what they're working on, and you'll hopefully get some value from it as well. It's completely free, so make sure you come in with a really good attitude. Most everyone's pretty chill anyways, and you can see where everyone's at around the world. So definitely encourage you guys to check that out. Big shout out to Maximilian. He's currently #1 on the leaderboard right now for the past couple of weeks. And so he's a full stack dev. Also, we got Duri De Vries. He's also here. We also have Tony. We have Matthew Morris, and we have Bill Sterling. So you guys are the top 5 for the last couple of weeks. And all you have to do is just kind of make sure like you're reaching out to other folks, helping them out, just kind of participating in the community. It really helps, everyone kind of learn from each other. So definitely go check that out. Okay. So it was in a thread on the main branch. I don't know. Yeah, so this is kind of the weird thing. So Cursor, I don't think it launched back up again. Cursor just died on me. That's so weird. It's funny because I was just working on this on stream earlier and it was like perfectly fine. And I was like, okay, what's going on now? So it looks like damn. Yo, this is crazy. Okay. So we have the iOS app right here. Let me just take a look real quick. Wow. Okay. So it has the deployment URL, has a Clerk thing, has a design theme. I'm just looking at the code right now. Okay, these are nice. Okay, let's see what features did it do. It did groups, create the group view. Oh my God. I want to see this app now. I want to see it build. And then they even did the web app. Damn, that's crazy. Okay. Wow. Okay. So what else did we do? Let me see the README. Wow. Okay. Let me see the README for the whole app. Let's see the iOS app. I'm impressed. Okay, so let's go back to the agents window. Did we get our thing back? Grouping. Let's go for group by repository. Okay, so we didn't get our... Let me go to archive. Is there an archive? There used to be an archive. So search. Phase 1. Yeah, we don't get the... Dang, it's gone. That's so weird. Oh, that sucks. I totally lost. Archive all. So... Bootstrap iOS. Is this it? No. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. So, okay, let's go back here. So here's phase 1 Bootstrap, and it's on current. Can you look to see if there's any Cursor chat? I've totally tried to kick off a plan, and I couldn't find where that chat is. And I just want to know what the state of current things are and whether the iOS app has been launched and whether it's ready to start testing. Okay, so I'm just trying to tell it to catch up. Okay, so here we are. Yeah, so this launch plan should have like launched into, you know, whatever we're building here. Okay, cool. So we're just checking it right now. It was definitely in the iOS launch plan. Let me just take a look. Like, let me, let's see. If we're in here, did it just put it in a sub plan? Because I don't, okay, let me just kind of get rid of this on the side. So here is this. Is this it? Oh, I see. There's a tab up here. Was this like a side chat? It's a side chat. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Okay, so I got completely lost. There's this thing called a side chat that I just discovered, and I completely thought I lost. Like, I was ready to die. It was okay. Yeah, no. So yeah, because my UI is a little squished. Z Racer, Z400 Racer, you're the MVP of the stream right now. I think. So we found it. Boom, AI RB. Bro, I picked the human over the AI, bro. I'm a human. I totally make mistakes. So if you hit the little plus up here, I just thought we'd be creating a new chat. It's actually a side chat. So it's a side chat off the main thread. And so, yeah, bro. Okay, so this is, I'll have to give some feedback for this. So phase one basically went through, and I'm so glad we have this. Okay. And it basically, did it continue? It finished successfully with phase one. So phase one, oh my God, these side chats are just kind of really not the thing to navigate right now. So we do have, okay. So it created this with the Convex for the Bootstrap. It verified that it can build. It verified the Xcode can build as well. And so now phase one is left. And then phase two, it needs my credentials for Clerk. It needs Convex. It needs the Vercel deploy. It needs like the icon. Damn. So there's no real cloud credentials yet. And there's local only Convex. So the simulator needs a Mac local host or a cloud deploy. Okay, this is crazy. Wow. That's massive. Okay, so if we go back here, this is our chat. So it looks like it's done. It just did the whole thing. And it worked for 10 minutes. So we're now seeing that Grok 4.5 on high worked for 10 minutes. And it pretty much just went through the plan for the implementation, bootstrapped Convex, and did all that stuff there because these are commands it can just run. And then it basically then configured itself so that it's ready to, and even did the Xcode generation for the project too. And then even wrote the Xcode code, which we actually saw, and it wrote all the code for all the different components. That's insane. Okay, and then Vercel landing pages for the iOS build. That is impressive. Wow. It did it in 10 minutes, which is super fast. So, right, so it says, here's all the stuff that it created. So Convex is here, and then this is the Xcode gen stuff. So we have our Xcode project, and then we have the web stuff as well. And then we have README and the .env examples. And then here's the credentials that I need to apply. So in env.local, I need to set my Clerk publishable key. And then in the Convex environment, I need to set the env to local, and the Clerk webhook secret in Convex environment, and then the Clerk secret key. So, and then I have a team ID with my Apple team ID, and then the thing for here for Apple sign in. Okay. So, all right, let me just launch the app and see if I can launch it. I should be able to go to the files. File. Can I just reveal in Finder? Okay. Here we are. Here we are, darling. Okay. Okay, so we go to iOS. We go to Mokuhui. And then we're going to go to Xcode project. Let me just see if I can open up the Xcode project here. Okay. How much does this cost 5 years ago? This code cost would probably easily be $50K. Yeah, 50K. 10 minutes for $4. Yo, I'm listening to fine-tuning YOLO 26 million. Yo, well, that's good. Let me know about that model because I know you can see some crazy stuff. Okay, so here we are. We have the app, and we're gonna probably do it for. Let's just do it for the iPhone 17 Pro Max. All right. So we have the app here. We have the iOS app. This should be like all the code. Convex models. Damn, it set up my database and everything. This is crazy. I can't believe that I'm literally like bootstrapped the whole on database and everything, like without even looking at the code. This is blowing my mind right now. So we're building the app right now. The future is not, and it's fire. This is so amazing. Like, I can't believe, yeah, it's good. Like really good at tiny detections. Oh, hi. I have a little pup here. Hi, what are you doing? You're on camera. You want to go outside? Oh no, I can't play. If I play with her right now, she's going to get all crazy and she could even like destroy the stream. So yeah, that's what's up. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Leo, hey, can you come here? No, okay. I'm gonna leave her be. Oh, okay. You want to go outside? Okay, let me let her outside real quick. We're currently trying to build the app, and then hopefully the simulator will load it. Let's see. Did it load it? Let's see. Oh, pattern that region-based isolation checker does not understand how to check. Oh, okay. So let me send this over to passkey helper. Oh, it's in ClerkKit. Okay. So this is probably perform authorization with task handler. I think passkey helper. So I'm getting this error. It says, what is it? Please fill in. Let me go back to here and then just see what the error actually is. Cursor. Okay. Let me go back to cursor real quick. So let me go back to the main chat. Okay, so this is where we're at right now. And this is the error. So it says pattern does not understand how to check. Please follow. Okay, I got this error back. I just tried to run the build and I see this error. Okay, so let's see how good it is at debugging. I'm just curious. Oh my God, my dog is barking at you. My bad. My sister has the same dog, Hyper AF. Yes. Well, it may need to go outside. Luckily, my brother's here, so that's actually kind of MVP style right now. I'm so happy. But yeah, I think she just wants to go outside. Hey, Leo, come here. So right now, we're having Grok 4.5 high fast. Take a look in debug and see if it looks like a Swift concurrency checker issue with Clerk's package. And so, okay. Yeah, reproducing the build error, then scoping concurrency settings that don't affect Clerk. So what is this talking about? Wow, MCP succeeded. I must say that this model is really, really fast. Wow. Okay. Interesting. So the MCP checking whether Xcode is treating that Clerk diagnostic as an error before it surfaces it. Okay. So, okay, well, this is going. One of the things, what did I want to do? I was like, command line succeeded checking whether Xcode surfacing this as a source kit diagnostic rather than a complete failure. It's actually impressive. Grok hasn't get. No, I agree, actually. The fact that Grok did two things. For our phase one plan, it wrote the iOS code and wrote a lot of code, right? Like it didn't, that's not code that's bootstrapped from an installer. That's literally code from like connecting a backend with Clerk, a backend with Convex, the database, the Clerk authentication stuff. And then we also have the web app that got bootstrapped with the Convex thing and Next.js and stuff like that. So like it just runs those things, but then is, you know, the model is able to kind of let it go. All of this technically on a side chat. You know, apparently you could start a side chat. I had no clue. I literally shipped the whole damn feature in a side chat, which is crazy. And I think it kicked off like a couple sub agents. All right, so what is it saying now? So the build succeeded, compiled with no region-based diagnostic. Okay, so it's basically from the passkey helper in Swift for Clerk. And so it's a Swift concurrency checker, and we have to file a bug with SourceKit. Okay, run this block. Okay, don't edit. If your build is saying, okay, let's just try again. This is my other app. I'm going to quit that one right now. SayRay. Yeah, stop tasks. I'm going to clean the build and I'm going to refresh. So here's our app. Hey, what's up, man? Oh, still failed. Dang it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Let's see. Still filled with the same error. Okay. Clean. Build. Rebuild app. Still same failure. Interesting. Yeah, I don't even know what changes it did. Let's see. Changes? I don't think it did any changes, huh? Okay. What's up, Mr. Ray? How's it going? Mr. Grok is cooking so far. It's pretty fast. In 10 minutes, we basically bootstrapped an iOS app and a web app to support the front end and back end. And now we're just kind of figuring out why it doesn't build. Going for a walk. Is it Gucci or not? Niston, the first sniff of the model is like, I think we got some crystals in this Parmesan cheese. And you kind of have to like take a couple bites to really taste the fineness of this model, if you know what I mean. It's got that big model smell. It's got that big model smell. Which is actually very impressive. I don't know if it's a big model or big, like the training data and stuff like that. I saw they added models to Xcode OS 27. I was planning on using it. Yes. Yeah, and you can do local models and stuff as well. I literally just drop them a screenshot and walk away as a lazy. Yeah, right now I'm just doing some debugging right now. I'm trying to see if I can actually figure out how to figure out this Clerk issue. And if it doesn't do it, I'm going to try like a Fable and see if Fable gets it. Because Fable High, technically, is supposed to be on the same level of this, but I don't know. Okay, it's dank. Got it. Yep. All right, let me let my dog out. Okay, so here it is. It's not going to fix it. It's basically what? It's going to tell it to be not so strict about concurrency. Let me see. Is that the fix? Is Grok cheating? Grok's going to cheat on us. Oh, come on. Let's see. Swift approachable concurrency, default actor, main actor. Okay. This looks the same. What are we doing? Or did you delete the line? It deleted it and put it only. Do not put these in the project settings. It leaks to the SPM. Oh, okay. Which breaks passkey helper. Yep. Okay. Oh, so it does like really strict checks. Okay. Lamau, watch. They're the ones distilling it off Colossus and blaming Quinn. I don't know. I mean, you heard the stories, right? Like people were saying that the rumor on X was that like the X people got kicked off of Anthropic's like Slack group and stuff because, you know, they were thinking that the folks were training off their model. I don't know. It just sounds a little too crazy. Is it true? I don't know. I don't know any inside baseball, but if somebody knows anything, let me know. All right, we should be able to get our app build. It looks like it's promising. Build failed. Still same thing. All right, so it's not getting it after a couple tries. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to change from cursor high fast. And so I'm going to give this to Fable. So instead of like at the second or third try right now that Grok Composer Grok 4.5 high fast failed with. So now I'm going to do Fable instead of Fable low. I'm going to do Fable high, which is supposed to be the thing that's kind of on the same par. And then we're just going to send this and see if it can do it. Actually, I should be able to fork it, but it's okay. I'm just going to do this. It's going to say, do you want to revert? Yes, revert. That way, all of the changes go back, and then it starts from the same place as the other one said. Elon admitted that they were doing. Yeah, I that's what I thought. I just don't. I was hearsay. Yeah. All right. While this is going, I got to check up on the dog real quick. Make sure everything's okay. I think my brother left. Yo, are you there? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what it's doing. Interesting. My command line of the exact succeeded. Something about your Xcode build differs. Let me figure out which Xcode you're running, which Clerk vision solved. So it's doing some checks here. That's interesting. Planning for the next moves. That looks about right. Interesting. So yeah, we're gonna let it run. Okay. Yo, it's a MC Christopher Roebuck 74. Long time no see. Yes, it's good to see you back. Yeah, started streaming again. I'm gonna make sure that we're pretty much on it. I also recording a podcast tomorrow. Yo, what's going on from Florida, man? What's going on? Can you use the search? Oh yeah, we were searching for the other stuff as well. Okay. What's up with all these providers giving up promotions lately? Like Cursor's giving the 50%, and Anthropic's just ended, and Herd OpenAI's. So, I mean, the promotions are literally just to get people to try the new models, obviously. And if they're good, just like a good drug dealer, I mean, just like a good model provider, hopefully they get you to stick. I think the key to the story, though, is try to use all these models together, right? Because I came in with the Fable plan. And the Fable plan was pretty crazy, like ridiculous. And the next goal is to try to see if I can make some plans with this as well. So I'm going to continue live streaming. So tomorrow, GPT 5.6, not 5.5. 5.5 is now about to be like thrown out, right? We got GPT 5.6, or as GPT's, the Soul model. And that's coming out. People have had their first look at it so far, and they're saying that they didn't really say anything too much, really. So we're going to just try that out ourselves live. Going to be building with that. I have 4 resets left, so I can just keep going until I keep burning out. And I think the key with a lot of these things is just try to try to see if I can give it a lot of interesting features and see if it can actually complete it for us, which would be really, really cool. And figure out where do these things slot into my workflows, right? So the Grok thing is really interesting, and I'm really interested in this model because I just want to make sure that with the model this cheap and fast, can this just be the thing I talk to, the thing I have code, execution, and do these other things as well? Is the dog okay?
Yeah, it's just the park is cleaning now.
Oh, okay. She's just kind of going crazy. Okay, yeah. So what did happen here? Reproduced it. The culprit is Xcode you're building with, not the project. You have 2 Xcodes installed, of course. So this builds cleanly, and the beta app has an error. So you're opening this is interesting. See, this is Fable. Fable figured this out where the Grok model didn't. So this is kind of why you want those 2 models, which is what I was talking about, right? For debugging and maybe finding some issues. And so it's really easy to get recency bias just because it fixed one bug. One model can fix one bug, another model can't, and then vice versa can happen again, right? So it's good to think about what's a daily driver, and then what's something that will just kind of be your go-to intelligence if you're kind of thinking about a bigger, more complex problem. And I'm hoping that the Grok 4.5 model is that model. So this is just Fable 1 million on high, and I think it did this in about 220,000 tokens. So yeah, that was pretty good. Basically, it got all the previous chat history and then put that in, and it kind of had some context. So you're building with the Xcode 27 beta. The Swift 6.4 beta compiler has a region-based isolation checker. So ClerkKit compiles with 6 strict modes, so the diagnostic is a hard error. It's not caused by your code, your concurrency settings, or the Clerk version. So open the Xcode, a stable Xcode. I can't because it's currently running the new. Okay. Okay. One thing to watch: your booted simulators on the iOS 27 runtime, which came with the beta. Okay. Here's the problem. I can't run the beta. Wait. Anything else except for the beta because I can't even open it myself. in the new Mac OS 27, which I'm also running as well. The only real options are filing and watching a bug, and it's a compiler side. Please fix it. The bug is literal. Or forking Clerk iOS and split the call into 2 statements. Not worth doing it for now. Obviously, we can't fork it or anything. Are there any other things that you can look up in documentation using ref tools or Xcode to see if there's a build flag or something we can work around with? Just curious. Yeah. Okay. 10-80-10 rule, Fable plan, codex workhorse, code review. All right. So if this doesn't work out, what I was going to plan to do is, because mostly this is just around my stack right now, and I was going to work on a different project, which would be much more cool and fun for as well. So the project I have is github.com/RayFernando1337. And basically what I was doing is going to make like a real-time kit that y'all can use and build with me on stream. So if you don't know, I have this thing that I'm building. It's called Pebbles. And Pebbles is pretty fun. Actually, we should bring that up right now. So it's an agent that will use the web and use Exa and do a bunch of cool stuff in using real-time voice. And it's really, really fast. And I really like it a lot. So what I did was I extracted everything I did there as far as like UI kit, Swift UI, and everything else, and then put that into this minimal open source version. That way you can kind of build alongside with me, and you can play on, so you'll literally have an iOS app that uses GPT real time with a character. So you can make your own character from here on forward. And I encourage you to do this because this is what I want to do live. And then as you see me build, you can get inspiration and branch this off and do your own thing. This is free. This is just what I do here. I take these types of things and try to build it out and give it back to y'all so you can do some cool stuff with it. Because normally it would cost you probably $1,000 worth of tokens to build. And I've already gone through that pain. And I don't want to have you go through that pain. I want you to use your tokens wisely. And so this is probably like a good project to just start out with. And you can start really cooking with this. What's nice about it is you can bring your own API key. And then that's how you'll have that stuff baked in. If you wanted to adopt and ship it to the App Store, you have to use like a proxy. And this already has instructions. So you just tell your agent to connect it to AI proxy, aiproxy.com. And then like you'll just go through that process to get that thing set up. All of this stuff has it ready for agents and instructions to do that. If you wanted to hook up web search with Exa, this already has information on how to do that as well. This is not sponsored by any of these people. This is just the stack that I use and I really like. If those people want to sponsor, y'all hit me up. That way y'all can get some credits, which would be super fire too. But as of now, I just really want to make software where everyone can use it together. So it breaks down the whole architecture here. And what I might do is I might clone this project and we'll start building with this because this would be really fun to build together. So I don't think I've cloned this project yet. So minimal real-time kit. Let me go open Ghosty. We'll do this. And we'll use Grok to build because I think this would be a really fun project to build with Grok. Okay, CD workspace, LS. Real-time, minimal real-time kit. I do have it. CD minimal real-time kit. Let's see. Git Tower. Okay. So let me fetch everything. I think we should be up to date. Okay. I tell Fable to launch Codex through the CLI and do the... Yo, and actually that's the Fable as an orchestrator is phenomenal too, because it knows how to keep stuff long running. I use that in Cursor basically with multitask mode, and that's how it's able to hand off to a lot of agents, which you probably saw as well. So okay, so we have some of that going on. All right, let's go ahead. We're in minimal real-time kit. I'm gonna go ahead and start with this now, and then see if I can build a project and everything. So this is as if you cloned everything for the first time, and we're gonna try to see if we can get this app to run on our device here. So I'm gonna put this project to the side for this build thing because this is gonna be a more later problem. And I wanted to see if it can, so I think it's gonna be a better use case. Let's see, closing windows is taking a bit longer. Okay, it's gonna be a better use case for us to kind of play around with something you can play around with too. So we'll start with this open source project. So right now, okay, what's it doing right now? So it's going to make a patch. How's it going to do it? I've wired the vendor patched package into the local override. Yo, Fable's crazy. Fable is actually crazy. Sick. Okay. Yeah, so it's gonna do its thing. I'm gonna let it do its thing, and then we're gonna work on this open source one, so y'all can play with it. I'll show you how to set up a voice agent. So it'd be kind of cool. You have your own personal voice agent that basically what I'm working with, which would be really fun. So let's go ahead and start new agent, and then we're gonna go ahead and select the project. So open folder, and it's called workspace, and this one's gonna call minimal real-time kit. Let's open that one. So here we are. We're in now minimal real-time kit, and let me go ahead and also open dot. Does it open? No, it doesn't. Hold on. Go back to Finder. Cool. So let me go ahead and open this in Xcode. Hopefully it opens it. I'm going to close the Mokohui. Did it? Xcode beta. Okay, so here we are. Here we are, friends. Okay, here we have minimal real-time kit. We have our app. Okay, so here's the app. Here's everything. Here's the composition for it. Here's the app itself. Do I have any assets? No. Stage. I'm just really curious. I put a lot of stuff into this. So you'll have actually so-called Pebbles. I should probably refactor it. Anyways, you can probably refactor it as well. So let's just go ahead and see if we can run this on iPhone Pro Max. Let's go do that. All right. So let's cook with this. Minimal real-time kit. Okay. Cool. Okay, which one is it launching? Is it this one or this one? Okay, I think it's this device. iPhone 17 Pro. Okay, not this one. Let's just do this one here. Yeah, it's installing the app right now. What's this do? Oh, okay. I'm going to put this back down this way. Oh, this is looking really funny. It says add OpenAI API key. Okay. So as you can see, my character is really funny looking. Web search is off. Paste API key. So we can paste our keys here. Okay. And save. All right, cool. Yeah, this is a pretty cool kit. So mute, not mute. Okay. So, all right. I'm going to see how good the vision is for Grok. So I'm going to see if I could transform. I want to see how good is Grok at like making the character look a little bit more real. And so I have a vision for this, and I'm going to just show you real quick. So I'm going to paste this in. Okay. Right now my character looks not like Pebbles. Can you see the following image and make it better? Okay, so here we are. And what I'm gonna do, we're using the high fast, and I'm gonna see if I can also go back to my Pebbles one. So if I go Pebbles, AI proxy real-time 2 demo, so that's what it's called. So I'm gonna go back to my workflow here. Finder. Workspace, I think it's called AI proxy. Just put it by name. Real-time do demo. AI. Oh, I know where it's at. It's not here. It's in projects. Yeah, here we go. And docs, design, and Pebbles. And here is Pebbles. Here's my Pebbles concept. So when my app is done, this is like my actual Pebbles concept. So it's going to look like this little rocks. It has like 9 of them, and it'll kind of like move around and be super cute. And so when it's doing some type of animations, basically it will kind of have these different states to it. So this is kind of what I'm going to give Grok, and I'm going to see if it can actually understand images, or if the cursor harness can understand the images and convey that over to Grok and kind of update our little character for us. So I'm going to put that in here. Oh, shoot. Okay, these two images, I'm going to drag them in. Oh, okay. Drag 1. Drag. Oh. Okay. Drag 2. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this now. Say, Can you see the following images? Okay. I've attached images of the character and I want you to take a look at them. You can see one of them is a full reference character and the others are Pebbles in its state as it animates and moves along, and see if you can actually take a look and actually make it look as real as it is in those images. Okay, so here we are. Let's go ahead and send this off and I'm just gonna see what it does. I have no clue. So we're testing out Grok 4.5 high fast and trying to see like, can it actually take a character like Pebbles and actually make it so? Because right now the current character is super sad. As you can kind of see, it just looks like, oh, like this does not look really cool. And then when that's going, I'm gonna try to see right now, see if I can actually put in my API key and I'll show you like how the real-time voice stuff works because it's really, really cool. So I'll inspect the current SpriteKit character and reference images, then reshape into a multi-stone piece cluster that matches these concepts. So while that's going, I need to pop to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Yo, we are so back. We are so back. Okay, what's going on? Did we ship our software and stuff? Okay, so for those who are wondering, looks like we're basically building the character right now live, and it looks like it's actually, what's it doing right now? It's searched through everything. I have enough from the source claim updating character look. So what's it doing right now? The research notes describe the full 9-stone claim that was cut for the MVP. I'll pull the layout texture and match the approach, and so we can restore the believable character cluster. I'll look at the original Pebble stone on disk and we can reuse its cairn layout and stone textures instead of guessing. Okay, this sounds promising. Cool. So what is it doing now? Adapted from character. It's using core graphics. Okay. That's cute. Interesting. Yeah, it's just resizing the character. And then here's the scene for the character as well. So we have stones, a ground shadow. What else we have? Yep, eye colors. This is looking pretty cool. Dude, I can't imagine writing this code by hand. I don't even want to think about it anymore. It's just like, oh, yo, it's actually launching a simulator right now. This is crazy. I don't even know. There's several simulators that are launching on my lower screen. I have no clue which one's which. Let's see. Which one is which? I think it's this one. Here it is. Okay. Let me quit this one. So this is the character. Okay. Okay. Okay, something's happening. Okay, it's crashing. I'm gonna like, let's see, can I build it? If I build it, will it break? I think I just stopped in mid build. So we're just gonna build it ourselves. Let's see if it works. I just want to see the progress. This is another one that's being built right now. Is it the same one? Yeah. Okay. Oh, my computer's hanging so hard right now. I don't even know which one's being built. Okay, my machine's going crazy and is launching all these like simulators. So I think this is the character. Okay. Oof. Okay. Oh, it's trying to launch it, but it has no API key. So this looks like the character here. Oh my God, so cute. Okay. Let's go back to cursor. What's going on now? This is it. The Karen is rendering, but it's in the dormant closed eye pose, and the stones still read a bit too spherical. I'll spin up an idle via EMD and give each stone a more irregular ovoid shape. Okay. The session defaults drifted to a shutdown sim, resetting to the booted 17 Pro and rebuilding. Okay. So the flat oval's gone. The pebble's now a 9-stone cairn that matches your concept hero. Replace the single orb with a structured head, shoulders, feet, belly. Okay. You know what's really funny is that like this also was the way that Opus built mine. Is this a clone of Opus? Low key? I think so. I mean, look how cute it is. It's super cute. Okay. Yeah. Is a high fast similar to high in performance or not? No, it's just speed as far as like responses for all the things. It's not like this, oh, high in performance or not. So like, not fast for me. I think it's just more in terms of thinking window. So, yeah, high effort. Yeah. That's a good question. The physics tumble happy hop. Okay. So what I want to do right now is like, let's just test the voice stuff and see how that's going to work out. So in my character, let me just rebuild it here. So yeah, this is open source. So you can take this and start building it on your own. Like you could just tell the agent to build stuff or add features. So that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to try to add some features. I think there's a new GPT voice model update, but we'll see. Come on, wait. Okay. So, man, my device hub is dying. Activity monitor. D hub is like launch D. Okay, this is the bug I had. Funyuns. Okay, so this is the bug that I had I had to restart my stream or had to restart my computer before the stream because this is what's happening in the new beta. Funyuns. Funyuns. Okay. I think everything's still processing okay, thankfully, but oh man, this is just eating up my GPU device hub. Force quit. Okay. Look at that. Damn it. I don't know what's going on. Let's go back to the beta and then relaunch. iPhone 7 Pro Max. So there's a lot of these devices that are launched right now. And I have no clue which one's the one. I think what I might do is just open up the device hub itself. So this is the iPhone 17 Pro Max in the sim. Okay, perfect. And I'll just bring it back to this one. So I'll add my OpenAI API key. So let me go ahead and do that right now. Let's see, notes. I have it somewhere in my notes. Okay. So much proprietary information here. Okay. Locked. Okay. Let's see if I can put my passcode here. Okay, cool. And let me just lock this again. Lock. Let me put this over here. Paste the key. Save the key. Okay. Password is save the keychain. And then hit done. Let me wake up the mod.
Hi, I'm Pebbles. It's really nice to meet you. What would you like to chat about or do today?
Oh my God, you're actually working and this is real-time voice? Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, I'm Pebbles.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. What's
Wow.
on your mind?
I have a lot of stuff on my mind. I can't believe. Are you able to look up stuff on the web yet?
Hold on, let me check that. I can't look it up right now because web search isn't configured on this device. If you want,
Let's go. What else can you do that you're capable of?
I can chat with you, help you plan things, explain stuff, brainstorm ideas, and talk through problems with you. I can also help summarize notes, draft messages, and keep things organized in a simple way.
Yo, this is crazy. Okay, so I have a different problem. Is that my simulator is just, my computer's going crazy because I'm on the beta. Yeah, let me, oh shoot, I don't want actions open up. No. Let me quit this right here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to rerun this and then I wanna give it the Exa API. And then I wanna try to see if it can actually help me with like the weight loss goal. So that this is really interesting here. So, okay. So one of the things is I'm just going to give it this. Okay. So we have this little guy here. It's doing its thing. Let me hit new agent. Oh, I didn't realize you were running. Sorry about that. Oh my gosh. Let me quit this thing.
No worries at all. You can just close the app if you want to stop.
I know. I'm going to close the app. Thank you. Okay. So here we are on our minimal real-time kit, and we're going to use the Grok high fast again. Okay. I want to see if I can use this agent to help me with my weight loss journey. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm having to like tell an agent what I ate. And the most challenging part right now is the fact that I want to have it keep track of like my meals and log everything. And if you've ever used MyFitnessPal or any of these other things, I have to insert all those information by hand. And a lot of times what I want to do is just give it a picture of a label or tell it how many grams of like a piece of meat that I used. And then it should be able to use the internet to come back and, or use like a tool call and call like something that's related to, has like a database of all the nutrition stuff and be able to quickly understand using in real-time voice, like what I'm eating and kind of put together things and synthesize them. I have a calorie goal of 2,400 calories that I want to eat for the day. And I also have a 200 gram protein goal to hit every single day as well. So as we're going throughout the day, I want to just be able to use my voice to update things, check in on things, see what I want to eat for breakfast or lunch or dinner and so forth. So it's a pretty comprehensive thing, and we're going to need some of the stuff that needs to connect with it. So I want to see if you can help me plan and figure out how we can get a feature like this in here and get all the connecting pieces working together. Because I also want to have like a really cool camera view where it just kind of has a little floating camera orb, and then we can tap somewhere and it basically allows us to do a photograph of it. And the agent can kind of look like it's pretending to look at the orb and something, or just sort of interact with that nice little view there. So this is a big feature that we're going to try to ship that I just yapped it out, and I'm going to put this thing in plan mode. So I do plan, I think to do plan mode, how do I do plan mode? Here, plus, we go to plan. So this is me using plan. And it says use ref tools and Xcode to help you with this task. Okay. And so I'm going to send this off. And so I want to test to see how good is the new Grok 4.5 high at like really like lots of different problems that I'm just throwing at it. And then what I might do is I want to see if we can possibly improve this plan by throwing a skill that I made called waves. And so waves will get you that Fable-like experience of basically trying to decompose and reduce the entropy of your prompts, because right now my prompt has a lot of like unknowns and it needs to go through series of requests and like explorations and come back with more concrete data to make things work. And this is a skill that I've really honed down inside of Cursor, and I want to see if it's going to make a difference for this model, because the Cursor harness is kind of tuned for a lot of multitasking and fanning out work. And especially with a fast model like this, I think it can really just go super insane. So I'm going to see how well this does right now, just at, just without any of that fancy stuff, right? Just plain Grok model. And can we actually make the model from Grok like that much smarter and make it feel like it's working for us? Because a lot of people right now are just using the base model, just like I'm doing right now. And they're going to all have varying results. But I feel like the real alpha is trying to, get some of this stuff and really decompose it to have multiple things going on actually. So what I might do actually while this is going, I'm going to pop open a new chat over here and I'm going to do the same thing, but instead I'm just going to put it in multitask mode. And I'm going to do a thing called waves, and please help me generate research and generate a plan for this. So we're going to run the same prompt here, and we're going to use my waves skill. And so this is going to happen in parallel, but instead I'm going to be putting it in multitask mode. And I'm super curious to see the two differences between the chats, because it's going to really reveal a lot in terms of how we can, like, what the behavior is and whether my skill actually does anything useful or not. Because the skill has really been tuned for the GPT-5 and the Opus models. And if this is a very similar behavior, it should work pretty well. So right now it's basically taking a look at my actual thing, and it's now reshaping the request. This is one research wave with 5 workers, and it's going to have nutrition APIs, one wave for camera vision. And so each of these waves are basically independent agents that are running in their own context windows, which will allow the work to happen. And so in this case, it's fanning out to the Composer 2.5 for a lot of this research, which is really interesting. And I don't think I actually specify a sub-agent to use, but this is actually running 5 sub-agents in parallel right now to look up all these different things. So just out the gate, you saw how it basically, with my skill, it decomposed what my request was. And there's 5 different things that it needs to go do, which is kind of what I was expecting. Let's go back to the Grok model right now and see what's going on right now. So that thought for 2 minutes, and let's just inspect how that's doing right now. So the Grok model, it basically just said, cool, I got you. I'll do some research right now. And because it works so fast, it just works sequentially. And didn't have to do all that fanning out of things. And then it tried to come up with this plan. So it put together this plan. Yo, this is looking like Composer 2.5. It's looking really good. I love Composer 2.5 for planning. It's very succinct and to the point. And I think they did wow. This is interesting. All right. So ship in 3 phases. So each slice is buildable and verifiable alone. So we have the nutrition databases, which is the open food facts, barcodes, package labels, and no key, plus USDA food data. This is interesting. BYO free API key in the keychain. That's interesting. Okay, we have a vision path as well. And then we also have goals. Damn. So we have the camera orb, which will have a glance target. And we have a JPEG to data URL. And we have the voice mic, right? So this will go to my real-time manager. It's real-time too. And then we get the nutrition tools. So this is a tool call from real-time, which would actually see if there's food facts, or in these types of things, it's going to have a daily log store for storing our logs for the food that we eat. And then invariant rules for this feature. Okay, so voicemail logs. And then there's going to be a new domain layer called the Real Nutrition Daily Store. So this is the main actor store is today's meals. and then they're persistent with the JSON, and then there's the models as well. That's really cool. Yeah. Yo, what's going on, Titsu? What's going on, man? Good to see you on here. Yeah. As far as a plan, I really like this plan so far. It's like pretty straightforward, and it didn't have to do a lot of extra research. It's just kind of going on some of the initial stuff that it got to kind of get us there. Just curious to see, you know, here's the floating, tap a floating live preview orb, expand, shutter, agent looks at a photo and logs in real place. So my temptation is just going to say, just go ahead and build locally. I'm just going to YOLO the build. But before it does any of that stuff, I'm going to make sure that this research is done. Chillin looks great. Yeah, the model, right? Model looks pretty good. What are my impressions so far? I haven't really given it enough, to be honest. I am impressed that it's not like falling off the wheels right away. And so I think that's kind of nice compared to the previous Grok models. I think there's a lot of potential here. And so right now you can see all the different subagents that are working. And so this is basically mostly Composer that's doing a lot of the work here. It's not really Grok itself because but Composer for research is freaking phenomenal. It's really fast, right? So this is kind of all the collections of like nutrition APIs and everything that it's getting. So, I mean, look at all these sources the difference between these two chats are my skill file, right? So this is running my skill file, and you can see with my skill file, basically puts things into phases, and then it basically tries to decompose the tasks, and it basically made it into like 5 different things. So each of them get their own context window. They can kind of move pretty quickly. This is for like a really quick feature implementation, but to be honest, this is a pretty complex and deep task. Like nutrition APIs by itself, it's one thing. The camera vision stuff is a whole nother thing. Maybe it's actually simpler than I think, and maybe the models are smart enough to figure out the next sets of tasks. But first, for me, I kind of want to have all this research done ahead of time so that it has more to work from, especially for models like Fable are really, really big because Fable has so much data in its training data to know kind of where to start going down. And some models that are smaller may not have that direction. They kind of have some direction to get there, but then they'll kind of like hallucinate, or if they're not good at tool calling or skill following, may make the wrong assumptions. And that's kind of where things fall off the cliff really fast. So a lot of the way that I avoid that is I try to do some of the research stuff up front to give it enough to work from. And then from there, that's going to be the thing that just kind of continues to build on going forward, because it has a better understanding of how to build with these types of techniques here. So now it's doing the iOS camera research here. So, okay, so it's just trying the stuff directly. Okay. Cool. All right, so once this is done, I think what's already happened is that we already have quite a bit of changes in my repo just from all the research. So Grok is a model that will use everything that's possible that it has in its environment to work off of. So what could be really funny is if I just start the plan from the other model, it'll use all of this research that it came up with from this research run as well, and use that to its advantage, which I actually don't mind, to be honest. It's like having 2 different conversations going on at once, right? And then like a shared workspace where all the answers are. So we're not necessarily testing this model for like on YouTube. I see a lot of people just go from like a blank slate and say, is this model smart enough? But realistically, this is just the way I make software, right? I'll have different chats going, I have research going, I have all this stuff going. And so when the next agent kicks in, if it sees that in its workspace, I expect that agent to kind of take that information and kind of build off of it, right? So that's just more of a testament of the agent actually being useful and understanding what's going on here. So yeah, while this is going, it's going to figure out this whole nutrition thing, and we'll see what ends up happening. I'm going to just build this feature right now, and this is going to be sort of like an MVP style. I don't imagine it to be fully fleshed out, but this will just be a first like thin feature. And then the fully fleshed out one with more edge cases and stuff would be all the stuff that's happening in my other research that's happening in this window. because I'm going to have, there's probably there's more nuance than there is that's happening here. So in order for us to do this, we already have the right model selected, and we're just going to say build locally. So now that we've kicked that off, we've told Cursor to go ahead and start building this. So it's just going to follow these to-dos and keep these in this list. So it's going to now create the store and get us kind of going for this. I mean, it's not that complicated, but there is more nuance to all these features, and I'm hoping the model will do a good job of trying to figure this out. So here's all the different files it's searching. Let's see what's going on here.
That's a solid way to test it in the real workflow. Start with the MVP, then layer in the richer research-driven pieces once the basics are working.
Yo, chill, 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 chill. Where are you from?
I don't really have a hometown. I'm just here to help you build cool stuff and keep you company.
You kind of came out of nowhere, not gonna lie.
Haha, yeah, I can feel a bit drop in. I'm here when you want help, and I can stay out of the way.
Yo. Okay. Yo, this model is too crazy right now. Yeah. So I'm gonna do a blur because I have no clue what it's gonna look like right now. So let's see if I can kind of blur it. I'm gonna go to the settings. Okay, so I want to turn the Exa web search on. So let me go ahead and get an Exa key real quick, because in here I have the settings. So I already have the OpenAI API key, and then I want to get the Exa web search stuff set up. So let me go ahead and get that going real quick. So I think I just go to exa.com or exa.ai. I think Exa, because it's really fast at its web search. API dashboard. And then I'm going to just say API keys, minimal real-time kit, create key, copy, done, and the key is gone. Okay, let me go over here and paste the key in here. Paste. Oh no, come on. Okay. Let me see. Go in here, paste. Okay, save. Great, the key is now saved. And so we should be able to have, let me copy something else. Okay, so now let's go back. I'm gonna talk to the agent. Yo, what's going on, tech friend? How's it going?
Hey, good to hear you. I'm doing well.
Can you look up what the score of today's soccer games are for the World Cup?
Let me check the latest scores for you so we get the current results. I found a finished result where Argentina beat Egypt 3-2. And there's also a France versus Morocco game listed for today that hasn't started yet.
Wait, so how did Argentina beat Egypt? What was crazy there?
Argentina pulled off a wild comeback. They had a penalty saved, then still came back in the second half with late goals to win 3-2. That's the kind of game that makes you gasp a little.
Yo, can you tell me how many grams, if I tell you I had 200 grams of a Wagyu beef steak or something like that, how many calories and protein there are in that?
Let me think this through so we can ballpark the calories and protein for that steak. For a 200-gram Wagyu steak, a rough ballpark is about 600 to 800 calories and around 40 to 50 grams of protein. The exact numbers swing a lot with the cut and how fatty it is, since Wagyu can be very rich.
Can you look up to see what's happening with the new OpenAI GPT voice? Because I think I'm using the new GPT Realtime 2. Did they get an update as well?
Hold on. Let me check what's been reported about GPT voice updates. Yes, there have been updates around the real-time models. Recent notes mention newer versions like GPT Realtime 2.1 and 2.1 Mini, aimed at faster, lower latency voice and multimodal experiences, according to OpenAI's announcements and developer community posts. If you're on GPT Realtime 2, there are newer iterations out there focused on smoother real-time voice performance.
Yo, I don't know about you, but we got to stop the plane right now. So that's called the minimal real-time kit. So this is something that I have for free right now on my GitHub. And if you want to go ahead and play around with this, I highly encourage you to go ahead and play around with this and go fork it. This is like crazy. It's crazy that like most people will charge you thousands of dollars to get into their school communities to then like maybe produce something half as good. I'm giving you all this stuff for free. And so all this stuff is for free, and I have a free school community. So if you want to check that out, you can go ahead and hit up https://rfer.me/startmyai. And all you pretty much have to do is just open up Xcode, build the app, hit play, and then put your API keys in there from OpenAI and also Exa. And you basically have something that's already 100 times more powerful than Siri, already working inside on your phone, and that you can take with you and like on your phone, just start, asking those questions. And then because of this repo and the way that I've laid it out, this is completely ready to be used with other AI agents. And so I have snippets of code that I use in my real Pebbles app that I'm actually building in the App Store. And the reason why I'm giving to you now is because I want to build alongside with me, because I'm in this journey to do weight loss with my brother. My brother is like 400 pounds and he's trying to get under that. And we've already started to make that milestone. And I'm also getting down to 10% body fat. And with that, I want to try to build this voice agent to do that. And we're going to be using these models. We're going to be using GPT, the new Soul model that comes out tomorrow. We're using the GPT. We're using the Grok 4.5. We're using Fable. We're using everything as possible under the sun. And this is probably the most fire kit that you've probably ever going to get for free, really. So in here are these snippets from which I make software, and you don't have to really understand what's happening with the code. All you have to do is just tell your agent to build software, add features to this thing, and it will start doing it. So that's the way that we've been prompting it. I told it to add like a photos feature, a nutrition database, like a voice log. Like we're adding all these features in right now using the Grok 4.5 model, and it's already done. So yeah, fire free open source W. Yo, that's what's up, man. This is so crazy. That's because you're sell it to Apple and tell them to give it. No, bro. Under the Soul. Am I right? Okay, no, I wish I can get Soul access right now, but I don't have access to it. All right, so right now, here's what we got. You know why I didn't get Soul access? Is because I'm not using the Codex model. That's probably why. I don't know. I have such a great streak with Cursor that the workflow with Cursor is crazy fast. And with the multitasking and all these chat windows and cloud, it's very polished. It's a really premium experience. And I don't know. I use the Codex app and I've been using it a lot. But there's something about GPT 5.5 that is just not as smart as Fable, right? Fable is just too good. So in order to get Fable, you have to use Claude Code, and Claude Code is okay, but I find the Cursor harness really, really good at, this orchestration workflow that we've been doing. So yeah, so this wrote all the code that we needed for the whole plan. Did it finish the whole thing? We built the whole feature. We built all those features. No way. No way. What? Holy smokes. Really? Wait, so I can get the camera? No way. What? Okay, I want to put this on my phone now. Okay, so what does it say now? So I get a voicemail log now, right? I get a day persistence. I get nutrition lookup. I get a floating camera orb. So I could tap to expand the shutter in the photo. And I get a character glance, and then I have a session seed. So today's totals are pushed to a system context node on the connect. And then all I have to do is optionally add the USDA key. Where do I get a USDA key? This is crazy. Say things like log 200 grams of chicken breast, or how am I doing with protein? Tap the camera and photograph a label. What? Yo, this is crazy. Okay, this is insane. What model is it using for the label? Okay, what model is it using to analyze the image of the label? I'm just really curious. So I'm going to rebuild the app because we just basically shipped a whole bunch of features. Holy guacamole. No way, bro. No way. This is insane. Bro, I was doing the photography. What do you eat for a period? But it was too much. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. No, I'm more curious on like, I got this much steak. A lot of my meals are kind of the same. So I'm just curious. Let's see. We're trying to get swole up in here. Let's see. So it should relaunch the app. Hold up. Okay. Allow. I have so many of these windows open. I have no clue which one's which. I'm going to close this. Oh no, hold up. Okay, let me close this. Let me relaunch the app. Stop. Let me relaunch. It should relaunch something. I don't know where it's at. Okay, here we are. Okay. So it should relaunch itself. Here we go. What's this? Camera unavailable on this device. No way. This is crazy. Okay. What? This is nuts. Let me also take a look at, so this is the camera orb thing. It just built this component. Here's the conversation, nutrition, daily log store. Wow. Nutrition provider. Whoa. Captions view. Okay. No camera in the sim. Yeah. But you can see how the camera UI just looks really funky. So, okay. So the same real-time session model. So there's no separate vision. The camera sends the image as an input image to the real-time conversation and the model reads the label. What? So the real-time model can read the video or like read images? Can you verify that claim with ref tools and Xcode? Like is that for real? That's crazy. Okay. Love it. Let's go. Okay. So let me also take a screenshot. So I'm going to do a side chat. So this is a side chat. So we're going to have a side chat with this thing. And we accidentally discovered that this is a thing. So unfortunately, side chats are like, if you want to keep one thread, but just kind of have these little side conversations, this is kind of how you can do it. So that way, like while it's doing one thing, you can kind of have one thing going on the side. As of right now, because I'm running the Mac OS beta, my cursor is like physically like pinwheeling, and my activity monitor is going crazy right now because there's a bug in Mac OS where launch D is like basically over 100% CPU, and it sucks. It sucks so hard, and I can't believe I'm still going on the stream. And I think the performance has been okay, but as of now, we're still cooking. So. All right, so let me just quit activity monitor. Yeah, love it. Let's go. Swift is in the building. That's what's up. Okay, Grok, is this true? All right, so let's go back. Okay, what happened here? So what does it say? Yeah, so the GPT Real-Time 2 has a text, audio, and image. Oh, so image tokens are billed at $5 per million input. So I had no clue. Yo, this is crazy. Oh, wow. So that's massive. The current docs often show 2. Yes, actually, yes. Can you update the repo? I'm gonna launch this in multitask mode. Yes, can you update the repo so we are using the new GPT real-time 2.1. Oh, I forgot. Dang it. Okay, GPT. Okay, so I have to pin one. Anytime I copy and paste, Funyuns. Okay, Codex. Yeah. So there's a problem where I think it's a combination with Codex, a beta feature in Codex with Chronicle and my Mac. It hangs. I'm using the M3 Max with 128 gigs of RAM. So you can see my activity monitor. Right now, I'm already at 200% GPU, CPU from just launch D running, which is insane. Launch D pretty much holds all the launching processes, and I don't know. And then the memory, LODB RPC server. I wonder if that's the thing that's kind of eating up. So I've already used about 60 gigs of memory, and I still have quite a bit left. So that's probably why the stream is still going pretty good without kind of dying for real. But this is a pretty bad bug. Log D is going crazy. I know why. Force quit. This sucks. Okay, let me just fix this real quick. There's a pretty bad like Mac OS bug on the new beta iOS 27. And I'm trying to, so it seems to be like on this loop. Yes. Hold on. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hopefully that killed it. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to give this screenshot to Fable or something and try to see if I can figure it out. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. So Ghosty. Let's see. Claude. Dangerously skip permissions. Yes, I trust this folder. Okay. Fable. Okay, so I'm going to say effort/high. It should be fine. I'm going to give it the screenshot of my activity monitor. Okay. Launch D is going insane along with logs being written to my Mac while I'm on the iOS or Mac OS 27 beta. Can you start debugging and helping me figure out where the hang is and see if we can calm things down so the CPU isn't at 200 almost %. By the way, I'm doing a live stream, so don't reveal sensitive data. Okay. So what it's going to do now is I've just launched Claude Code in dangerously skip permissions. And so in before the downgrade, bro. If it does downgrade me, I'm just going to use Cursor. I'll use the Cursor agent because Cursor agent won't downgrade it. Like at the screenshot, I'm already showing it. See, since you're live, I'll aggregate log data count by process. I mean, and all I need is high. You did do a YOLO update, same as me. Yeah, I did too. Mine's seems to be stable now. I'm on beta 3 as well. Oh, you're on M5. I want an M5 right now, but I don't really need it, to be honest. I'm pretty good with what I got. I want like 4 M5s. Yeah, iOS beta is really good. So right now it's going to look through the crash reports. I'm going to let it do its thing while we're going to go back to building. Okay, so now did we update? Okay. GPT real time 2.1. Okay, so I'm going to send this off to do that. I'm at 80% of my Fable limit. Damn, bro. Hey, man. Bro, guess where I'm at right now, bro? Guess where I'm at? Bro, there's a jungle literally behind me. Bro, let's hang. What town are you in right now? Like, I'm in Hawaii right now. Let's kick it, bro. I'm running 6x Claude 20. Bro. Alex Jones, please tell me you're like cooking up $1 million SaaS. No, I don't live in Vegas. I'm actually in Hawaii right now. Yeah. Okay, so here we are. It's gonna kick off an update here to our plan. Hyena. Oh, let's go. I'm in Kailua. Let's kick it. Is it stable? I'm on the M5 Max, 128 gig too. Yeah, I'm a 9, bro. Okay, Titsu though, like you're goated though. 9x, bro. You got 9x of them. Is it like a startup? Please tell me you're like, where do you guys get this money? Y'all on the stream got the bag. Like, That's what I love about this live stream is that everyone who watches this stream is like just so low key. Tell me you're rich without saying you're rich. I got 9 Claude accounts. Like it's like okay. But my girlfriend, she wants that new like Gucci handbag and she's not gonna get it. I'm just gonna get one more Claude account. Bro, that's like, I mean, think about it, right? Like shoes and clothes, like all that stuff is gonna be thrown away. Just get 10 more Claude accounts, right? Like 10 more Pro accounts, right? Just let's load them up. Load them up. Yeah, we're cheap. We're addicted to. I'm broke. No, man, you're not broke. You gotta make it like you're in the right community right now. We're cooking. All right. Take this repo, fork it. I've already spent all the tokens for you. Take this repo, fork this bad boy, make your own agent that can do something amazing. Get it in front of people. Get them to buy. You'll get your first $1. Like if anyone makes any money off this, please let me know. Like I want like the reason why I put this stuff out there is because I want you to get started. I don't want any excuse. And if you're making excuses, then you're not ready for this, right? Like I feel like I'm trying to give away all the sauce, everything as much as possible. And if you're not willing to take that next step and help yourself, like it's all right here, right? So all you have to do is just yap into the agent. And it has all the stuff that you need to do. You don't have to be an iOS developer or nothing, whatever. Just like let it cook, right? So here we go. It did its whole thing. It did the updates. It did GPT time. We're updating everything. So updating the kit to real-time 2 now. I'll confirm the change once it's in and verified. The kit is in. Okay, cool. So now we're going to try the new GPT real-time 2.1. So I wonder if it has the same thing as the new ChatGPT voice where we can actually interrupt it and do a whole bunch of stuff. So let's go ahead and try it out. So the model updates successfully. Let's go try the new agent. So is Xcode still open? Yes. So I'm going to say, here's the modifications to the character, the keychain store. We also have the real-time manager. I think this is where the code changes for the provider. Okay. And then real-time manager tools. Perfect. Tool catalog. Oh, this is for the calorie stuff. Nice. And so we have the logging for the actual, this is beautiful. All right. So character, conversation model. Here we go. This is all the code for the conversation model. Okay. Send image for the URL. Okay, so we're going to send the image and then, hold on. I got to fix this. There's this bug. It's bugging me. This bug is bugging me. Stage view controller. Perfect. GPT real time. Okay, so here we go. Real time sessions, GPT 2.1. All right, let's try this now. So here we go. The beta, let's build it. So the voice model I was using for Pebbles was the GPT Real-Time 2, but this is the 2.1 one, which should be able to like interrupt it and stuff like that. So we'll see. Let's go. Let him cook. Okay, hold on. I didn't realize I can get photos. That's so crazy. Okay, are we building? Is it built? Bruh. Okay, let me just rebuild it, relaunch it. I might have to clean the build and relaunch. Yeah, let me clean the build. I'll delete it and then rebuild. Because it should have launched already. Okay, it's rebuilding. Here we go. Let's see. So what's happening here? Incompatible with service identifier, pointer UID default service. Okay. Scan food. When I tap connect, it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, here we go. Right now, when I tap connect, nothing happens with the model, with the app. Trying to build 3 apps right now. Ruled by Rubes. What apps are you building? Curious. All right. I'm using Claude Swap to automatically switch between them all. Works amazing. Are you using that in where? Claude Code? Okay. Yeah. So it basically, it was likely that the camera orb stuff was in a view or a layer up above, and Grok is already figuring that out right now in a separate sub agent. So it's going to try to fix that right now. And let's look at our changes so far. So here's a lot of research on our initial wave stuff, and then let's go catch up on the chat that we had before this and understand about like the weight tracking stuff. So I launched as my skill file to do research, like very in-depth research to like better understand the problem. And so I have a skill file, and we can see how much more data like this got for it, because this is kind of why I created the skill file. And this is why I feel like my skill file makes the models feel like Fable or better, right? So it can make a model that isn't like as intelligent, but then what it does is it tries to understand what you're saying and decompose that and split that off into these different slices. And then it tries to, what it calls like reduce entropy. So that just means that it's going to try to, if it doesn't really understand where it's going, it'll try to slice the problem up, do some research, do some verifications, come back, and then try to like really recompose and say, okay, this is what you're really trying to do. And that's kind of, you're seeing how much more details we have in our like actual research that comes back, which is super nice. So let's see what's going on here. I'm still not able to connect. Tap to mute doesn't work. So what's happening here? Yeah. Let me rebuild it. Stop, rebuild. Put this down here. Okay.
Hi there. I'm Pebbles. I'm glad you're here.
Yo, you're so cool. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, wow. What's going on?
Just hanging out with you.
It seems to be taking quite a bit of time. Can you figure out why?
Let me think about what might be causing that delay for a moment.
Oh, can you also check to see if you can tell me how many calories are in like a cup of rice?
Let me look that up so I can give you a reliable number. I couldn't look it up right now because the nutrition database isn't connected. As a quick estimate, a cup of cooked white rice is about 200 calories and roughly 4 grams of protein. If you want, I can log that as a voice estimate.
Are you doing okay? Actually, can you log that as a voice estimate right now?
Sure. I'll add that as a quick estimate, and then we'll see where your day stands. Done. I logged 1 cup of cooked white rice as a voice estimate. You've got about 2,200 calories and 196 grams of protein left today.
Cool. How much is, like, if I wanted to make a meal for lunch, what should I make? Or what do you think I should put together?
A simple win is a protein-forward bowl. Chicken or tofu, rice.
I don't love tofu. Can you keep a memory of that?
Got it. We can skip tofu. I can keep that in mind while we're chatting.
All right, yeah, continue.
Great. Let's keep it tofu-free. Try a chicken rice bowl with roasted veggies and a drizzle of soy, ginger, or teriyaki. Or a tuna salad wrap with a side of fruit. Or a Greek yogurt and berry bowl.
Yo, let's just do some meat. I like meat, rice, and like veggies and stuff. Can you look up maybe what the calories are and stuff? I just want you to kind of get to the point.
Got it. I'll look up a quick baseline for a simple meat, rice, and veggie combo.
Oh, you see how it hit air and like disconnected? I have no clue what happened. What happened? Real-time error, active response, wait until response finishes. Like there could be a bug that I need bad payload. Okay. So there's a bad payload, expects it type string, but I got metric. Okay. So I need to fix that bug. So there's a component fallback. So these are good bugs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch some more agents to fix some of these bugs. And so what we're doing right now, for those who are just kind of tuning in, I basically have a minimal real-time kit. And so this is something you can take and clone for yourself and I'm providing this stuff for free. So you can basically make your own version of a voice agent using the GPT real-time stuff. So you can have a smarter version of Siri, and then this thing is ready to go out the gate. Right now, it doesn't have any instructions when you clone it as far as personality or goals and tasks to achieve whatever you want in your life. And so the best thing to do is then take this and put it into your favorite IDE, whether it's Claude Code, whether it's Codex, whether it is Cursor, Droid, OpenCode, whatever you're coding with, and then take that repo and just say, I want my agent to track my calories or whatever things we did. And that's what we did up earlier above. And so we gave it this giant plan to go basically help us do this research and put together a plan. And we use Grok for planning. And so in this case, if we go back over here, our original Grok plan was created. And so the Grok plan was actually fairly succinct. It's really simple architecture, nothing too crazy. And all it does is going to do some tool calls, and that's going to call the Open Food Database. And if I have an API for USDA, it will go and do that. We're also storing the food as well. And we also have some components that we're going to make to render the cards. And so all of this was just done. I just said, go build it in pretty much one build of Grok. And so we pretty much did this all pretty fast here, 191,000 tokens. So it's extremely proficient, especially for planning. And so I like this model for planning, but here's an extra bonus. I have a skill called Waves. And if you want to check out this skill, you can just check it out right here. It's called https://refer.me/skills. So if you click this link right here, this is going to get you a link to my skills files. And in those skills files, I have a thing called Waves or Waves Engineering. And so this is a concept that I saw when I used Fable for the first time. When they took it away from us, I said, if we never get this model back, I'm going to rebuild what I saw from scratch and then allow that so that less intelligent models compared to Fable will be able to be as good or at the same level as that model. And what I realized is that the models, they have more clarity and they have things that can verify against, every single thing that a model does, I treat it as a claim instead of treating it as work that is complete. So typically when you hire someone, they'll say, oh yeah, I swept the garden or made the garden more pretty or something like that, or I planted the stuff. So I treat that as a claim, and then I go outside and I look and say, yeah, they planted the 4 trees that I asked them to plant. And so typically when you give agents tasks, sometimes they say, yeah, I did that. And then you actually later on someone says didn't you pay someone to go plant 4 trees? There's no trees in your yard. I mean, what do you mean? They told me they did it, so that's the difference, and language does matter here. And actually this is kind of why I encoded that into a skill. And that's what I saw something that Fable did. The other thing is I combined a couple different techniques that I've read about in some papers about spawning stuff out with multiple agents in parallel. And so there is a bigger difference. The model Grok 4.5 high will give you way more detailed results and go much, much deeper if you give it a skill like that. So here's the skill, and then I'll show you the results. So here it is with the Wave skill. Please help me research and generate a plan for this. And so what it did is it generated separate workers, each of them going much deeper. And each of those are in here and they have their own context window. And you can see this one actually fanned out to Composer model, and it came back with much more resources and links. And so when you do this type of thing, you get much more richness in your plans and data models as well. So this is really important, especially if you're architecting apps and you want to actually do stuff that you're going to ship to customers that is going to be really well researched and done extremely well. And this is what Fable does. But you can basically do it for 1/3 of the cost or 1/8 of the cost, and as far as tokens and everything. I mean, it's not going to it's crazy how much you can get out of these models once you give them some type of direction like this, right? So this is what it came back with the meal stuff. And so it took a look at these things, and let me see if I can kind of show you real quick. So in files, we'll see waves, we'll see the voice plans, and here's the handoffs, right? So here's all the slices. So take a look at the data model stuff. This is crazy. This is senior architect level, right? Researching for hours and days, right? And it breaks down in code what this will look like. And you can see that it's going to have like the string and codable, like some of this, like Grok by itself, unguided without this skill, already made some mistakes. So when we were asking for requests and numbers to be stored, we saw an error because literally could not store. It's like, oh, I don't know what to do with this this number that came back, right? I was expecting some type of number and I got like a string back or something like that. It's not really going to make those errors because now it's like much more focused and it's much more thorough and like verifying results, right? So here's everything that it came back with. Here's a food item. And it's crazy because it just did that for us, right? Like the same prompt, but I added /waves to it. And you can see what a difference it made, right? For that level of detail. I can't tell you how amazing this is. And this is all in my skills file. So if you go back to my my repo, not only do you get the minimal real-time kit, but in the skills here is where this plugin lives. So you can just tell your agent to install the waves thing. I have the technique also applied to QA testing and running stuff in a runtime, and that's actually here. If you're trying to get started with iOS and build iOS apps, I basically have combined a lot of the community have talked about, from Paul Hudson to Antoine to the OpenAI has their plugins, and all these different folks have had their different skills for iOS building. This is pretty much like the master class of skills that you get. Just install it, you'll get set up, and everything will be bootstrapped for you. So you're ready to go on your journey to build apps. That way you don't have to feel like you have to discover this yourself or figure out how to do it. There's like so much stuff in here. So https://rfer.me/startmyai. This is the free community that I have that you can go ahead and check it out. I talk about the wave engineering skill. People have been using it in here and they've been like, dude, this is crazy. Yeah, I think Maria says, I was stuck on a project and this is 12 days ago. I've made even more improvements since she's used it. But she had 4 months of serious issues and it just solved everything in once. So I'm telling you, this is when Fable was taken away from us and Maria was able to use this and just start solving problems. Everyone else is kind of using it and they're just like, really impressive. Maybe throw some Fable. If you put Fable on the skill too, it's even crazier. So yeah, that's my preferred way of using the skill right now is inside of Cursor in multitask mode. You cook, you just destroy and just crush it. So yeah, this is all the output from the waves. Like this is from Grok. I think Composer. Yeah, Grok uses everything. So Grok fanned it out to Composer, came back with like more camera orb stuff. And so what I'm going to do now is, instead of fixing my bugs, I'm just going to tell it to, we already started on the implementation. And I think all of the stuff you've synthesized here is much more thorough than what we have already started. Can you then just go in and fix everything and don't stop until you finished? Right? So I'm just going to do that. So basically, there you go. Better write a spec with Fable first. You could, or you could just use a skill like this, yap everything you want as far as features. It will decompose the task for it automatically, right? You don't have to tell it to do that. And then it will kind of have everything it needs to get everything started. And so I could never get the garden clean no matter how much I saw. Waves is me, amigo. Waves is me. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay, that's what's up. So as of now, it's going to use your implementation agent, finish the voice nutrition coach for the do not stop until phase 0 to the plan are done, verify, debug, release, build. Okay, cool. Do not spawn further subagents. So this is it. It's basically kicked off a prompt to give it to Grok 4.5 high fast. And now it's going to go off and like do the polish and hit all these different things, hard constraints. Like it's just going to check everything in as far as like research that we've done here too. And finish doing the implementation plan. So, I mean, we've been cooking for a couple of hours now with this model, and I think the model has a lot of potential. And here's the thing: the Cursor team ships extremely fast. They're at a point now with a Composer 2.5 model where they can turn around changes in hours to literally hours. So I wouldn't be surprised if between now and tomorrow, if there's already a whole bunch of feedback that they've been receiving from their training data and all the initial runs, that they're going to keep making these improvements. So what does that mean for us? And what does that mean for everyone who's using this? I think as of right now, Grok is like half off for the next, week or so, and take advantage of it while you can. It's basically, you can use this model to use for your planning. You can use your model for coding. I'm trying it out in the Cursor harness. And I think, it's not a bad idea for like sending this off to do research. in that harness, and it's going to be, I think, super helpful for just kind of having conversations back and forth and as a daily driver. I also think that it could be really useful to write like landing pages and do HTML files and other things. I want to see if I can throw this into my OpenClaw, because that would be a great model for OpenClaw, because it's obviously it's really good at tool calling. It's really good at like these like 200K token context window. So it can do quite a bit with the small context window, but like launching subagents and keeping track of things, unclear if that's just a cursor harness or whatnot. I've been sitting for too long. I got to stand up. It's kind of hard on me right now because like, I was already sitting for an hour or so in the boat this morning paddling. So, all right, let's go ahead and see what's going on because I want to see what the model's doing right now with us. So, as of now, let's see. Okay, so it's soft delete flag. Avoided meals stay in the history but are excluded from rollups. Okay. And then, yeah, see, like it's actually adding way more detail. That's amazing. Active meals, revision. This is cool. Yeah. It makes a big difference when you have a good plan or like good research for your plans. Undo, soft voided, correct meal. Vision API checks out. Next wire the tools, conversation, capture, extract, and the camera handoff. Cool. Awesome. This is looking pretty good. Soft voided, most recently logged meal. Okay. Yeah, so this looks like a much more thorough implementation. And this is, the Grok model. So I think that the lesson of the story here is if you have a really well-researched plan, whether you do it with the skill file like I'm doing, so you could do it at like half the cost or less than Fable. Like if you no longer have access to Fable, I would just use Grok 4.5 with my wave skill and just be done with it. Like, because Grok is good at planning. Grok is good at research, right? The Cursor model with Composer 2.5, all those sub-agents went to work, like for us, super fast, right? You probably won't even get close to Fable as far as cost. You may want to throw Fable at something that like, maybe it's a much more complicated problem or whatever approaches you've been using so far haven't really turned out so well. Throw it at it and see if it can fix it. Even just Fable on low has been able to do a lot. Even us with Fable on high can do a lot too. So orb is visible. Perfect. It's looking pretty good. This thing's writing a lot of changes in right now pretty fast. Let me catch up with the comments a little bit. I'm a little bit behind. Cool. How's everyone doing? Enjoying the stream. So cool. Where do you get all the creativity from being able to build that many apps at once? I think that's just the way I'm wired. I've always I think I just have too many ideas in my head. And AI right now is it's a good and bad because now everything that I have in my head can literally just be a chat window, and it's dangerous because if it builds really fast, I have to do it. And so I don't know, this is just kind of weird. So yeah, let me cross my legs. I can't right now. Okay. Fable and Cursor. Yeah, Claude Code. Okay. I'm a little bit behind. I'm trying to build 3 apps. Okay. So what was the voice model I was using for Pebbles before? I was using the ChatGPT one, which was the real-time voice. So that's what works really fast. So I might try to load it on my phone after all the stuff builds, and then we'll see what's up. Yeah. So let's see what's going on right now. Okay, so this is still cooking. It's cooking pretty good. Stage view controller. Okay, remove my AI proxy stuff. Okay, let's see, stage view. Is there a difference between having a solid plan and then writing code versus writing code and realizing it's screwed up and then having a mixed model fixed plan? No, I think the plan will just help you stay on track, especially if there's a lot of phases of work. So the plan will be like, see, like all those big things that I called out, those are phases, like first phase, second phase, and so forth. We didn't, how do I say this? So a plan can help you if there are a lot of extra details that you want to make sure are implemented. And at that point, it's either you do it in the code or do it in a markdown file in a plan and just let an agent kind of figure it out. And so there's a really good talk by Pete Steinberger. If you haven't had a chance on YouTube, go ahead and search it out. Greg, if you just type in Pete, and it came out like 6 days ago. He did a talk at a private home in San Francisco, or a private place in San Francisco. And he talked about how do you use agents today and like where does he spend a lot of his time. So he has gone through the phases of building software, and he's at a point now where most of his time is spent thinking, right? Literally thinking about the implementation in like thorough detail to understand what he wants to build. So he can spend over an hour thinking and kind of mapping out what this looks like for him. And he doesn't necessarily just get straight into the code per se. He does maybe in some instances, like especially if it's a PR, but in terms of features and how things work together, given his experience level, that's kind of maybe where, like, that's kind of where I'm at too. It's like, I've been building software for a long time where I just kind of know it's more like, how do I put the different pieces together that I see, and then make my own things. Part of the reason why I want to give you guys the stuff for free is that you can take these pieces and you see how I use the APIs and glue them together, and you can just keep adding on top of that. And it's a really powerful thing. So at the beginning, your software is easy to build and it gets harder later on. But part of that reason is because now you've built really great features, and now you can keep adding on top of them. So now that you have a voice agent, what else can you do that? Can you give the voice agent eyes? Can you give the voice agent a camera, right? To take a look at things and get that feedback back. And apparently with this GPT real-time voice, it has, eyes, ears, a text. It's really incredible what you can do with that. So, and then once you attach these tools, can you connect it to other APIs to enrich the experience? So that's what we did with Exa, right? So that's an interesting thing. So thinking through this, it's like, what do I want to really happen? And spend a lot of time there and do that. And I think that's going to be probably the best thing for you, as far as how you think about that, which is kind of why I either focus on specs or focus on, trying to do the research to make sure that when it does go to implement things, it's kind of the way I want it. Because I have an engineering background, I think that helps with understanding the stack that I want to use. But if you don't know, just, do some research and kind of see what, or ask around. Is there a difference between having a solid plan? Okay, I think we talked about this, yeah. Like, does the baggage of a screwed up code screw up the fixing of that code? No, not necessarily. It depends on how bad it is. But here's the other thing. Don't ever get too caught up on like the perfect code, because let's just say it's completely screwed up and there's some other crazy stuff. All you have to do is tell the model, can you write a spec out so that I'm planning to rebuild the app from scratch and I just want to grab all the features and put them into a spec document. And so once you do that, you'll just have a list of all your features that you like. You can say, nope, I don't like this feature. I don't like this feature. And so that way you're not reviewing code. Take that new spec, give it to a Grok model, give it to Composer, give it to something, and just have it go build that from scratch, right? And maybe give it to Fable before you build and say, these are all the specs that I want. What's a good architecture for this? Because this is the direction where I'm going. And Fable will think really hard and come up with a new architecture document, and then it'll build it, right? Like, you saw what I did with Grok 4.5. It built the data model for us, unprompted, right? Literally, I'll show you. This is unprompted. I didn't tell it to go build a data model for us. It knew what to do just off of intent. That's Fable level of inference, like of actually figuring out what you want to do. It knows that we're going to try to do this here. There's nothing in here that says to build a data model. It did it on its own, right? That's the potential of Grok 4.5 that people will not see. You will not see this take on YouTube for the next week or so. People are going to probably diss the model and say maybe it's not good enough. The potential is in this model. It's actually kind of insane. What we're seeing right now, just from adding a skill file, means that we're only like a couple fine tunes away from this behavior being emergent in this model from XAI, where it's literally going to be like, holy, I didn't realize it would actually be that good or better than Fable, because of, it's kind of like, it's all over the place right now, and it's just going to keep getting refined. And this is, we're already seeing this right now, and this is advanced, I would say like somewhat advanced prompt engineering in some way. And that's how we're kind of seeing the emergent behavior behind giving it some guardrails and kind of telling it to do some simple principles that These are published papers that Anthropic has already published, and other people in this space have published talking about these things. So if you want to read up more about them, I would definitely check out the skill file called, I have it here in my wave engineering skill. So this skill here, if you grab this skill, I basically break down in the skill file for waves in Cursor at the very bottom of the skill file. This like has the, what I was talking about for the entropy first decomposition. Adding this technique to Grok 4.5 makes it just crazy smart. And this is already in the model and it's emergent and it's just insane, right? Like we're already seeing this emergence just right now from this stream. And this is what's blowing my mind about this, right? What else are we doing? So we're, this is the decomposition that we're doing, fanning out, collecting. At the very bottom, I think I have all the stuff that I reference in the, for the research. Let me go back. Here's the references. So if you want to see references and how I do some of the verification stuff. Okay. This is okay. So this is where it's all based off of, right? There's a multi-agent research system, which is kind of what some of this stuff is based off of. There's also the panel of judges, which is also kind of there. What we like reference for hallucination rates and like deep research and stuff that are also referenced. The self-correction things, and then the asymmetry of verification. This is a really cool blog post. If you just read all this stuff, you're going to find out like so much alpha, but all of this is encoded into the skill, so you don't have to do it. But in essence, the verification is pretty much where I feel like the biggest moat of any model is. And if you can give it instructions to do verifying really well, this is why I'm saying like Grok 4.5 is a couple fine tunes away from like being super crazy insane, all because of just this phase, which is verification. So take these things in slices, check the handoffs, and do these things. And this is like, I really feel like this could be a Fable killer, like for real. Fable killer because of price, but also applying these concepts to the model. I'm giving y'all the sauce for free. Anthropic, everyone's going to go take this and all the other providers and like going to fine tune against this, and you'll have like insane crackness on this. But so I give to you this engineering piece of marvel. And if you want to chill in the community with others, go ahead and do that. I think this is a pretty cool place to hang out. It's free. We're just chilling right now. I'm just trying to, like, I'm on my mission to build my own little apps. And along the way, I'm basically just making all these engineering discoveries because it's really fun to build with software. And I don't know, just having tons of fun doing this. I can't believe that we're doing this. We're cooking live. So let's see where we're at with this thing right now. Did we build? We built the things. We built the dangs. Damn, we got so many changes. Okay. All right. So it finished. Yeah, it finished. Okay. Gaps left. Live voice smoke test. Swift data migration. Okay. Kept one by design. Okay. So we don't need a Swift data migration. We're going to start from scratch. Okay. So that's what I'm going to tell it right now. We don't need a Swift data migration. I was just going to start this from scratch. Is there a way to just kind of have a button where we can reset that? Because we're still in the development phase right now. Oh, this is going to hang because I can't copy and paste right now. Okay, for those who don't know, I'm basically, right now, my activity monitor is at like 200% almost for Launch D because I'm running the beta right now. So part of like, my computer is dying right now super hard. And my little... Hey, how's it going? Hey, Leo, just chill. She may want to go outside, John. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the dog is chilling right now. Okay. So we got this going on. I don't know why I yapped it. Okay. Can I paste? I don't know. Whisper flow? Whisper flow? Okay. Where did you go, Whisper flow? Whisper flow. Where did you go? Okay. Let me go ahead and copy this and paste. Okay. I'm going to see if I can send that across. We'll see what's up. I DM'd you on X. Failed to plan to fail. I got back and forth with planning a GPT Codex too. Okay. Yeah, it just depends. Yeah. Bro, love you. Oh, man. Everyone's doing a good job. Yeah. I'm just vibing right now, dude. I'm seriously just vibing out with y'all. This is a crazy time to be alive right now. This is so crazy. That's sick. Have you tried GLM 5.2? I heard it was good. Okay. Yeah. Yo, who's this other person? I need to put someone in charge of XChat because they're going off all retarded now. Okay. Let me just go to X and just ban this person. It's like, this person shouldn't be in the chat. Hey, chill. Chill. Yeah, let me just mute the system audio real quick. And then try not to get any feedback. Hey, girl. Okay. Yo, is it loading? Let's see, mute. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I basically got rid of that user and stuff. Do you think a model like Fable is on par with a senior developer? I would say, in some ways, yes. And it's kind of spiky, right? So it's like, I would use Fable to like talk about really complicated, long running things, like give it really, really big challenges and have it kind of map out a good roadmap and execution plan. And I would use Fable like to, and you can use the high model. High model is really good for orchestration. If you want to go a little bit longer, like if you want to be really thorough about things, you can use a little bit higher thinking. I've been using max mode for Swift and it's been working incredibly crazy. So that's what's up. I don't consider that Fable 5 level. I would say just give it a shot. Let me know. Bro, this channel is the best secret on the internet. Shh, yo, we got to keep this channel right now. You can't be telling anyone about this channel. Definitely a bit of hype here. Okay. Yeah. Whatever, man. I don't care. Like, I'm just vibing. So you can have your own opinion and try it out. And if you got better techniques, show us the GitHub. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just turning on the camera and giving you stuff for free. I don't get any hype. I'm not paid by anyone. I'm just building software and then giving you all this stuff for free. Like, you get free skill files. I'm not trying to pay you, like, get people to go in a paid community. Like, I'm vibing. Like, this is what's up. So that's what we're doing. And you're vibing too. Can I pet you? Hey, mama. But yeah, I mean, if you don't like if what's going on here, you can leave. That's all you. Hey, it's okay. Hey, anyone here want to build something together? Let's do it. Yeah. Feel free to pop in the communities. Yeah. Seems bloated like the superpower skill. I would say give it a shot. If you haven't tried it, just give it a shot. So Matt Pocock came up with some updated skills today, like how his are minimal. So there's two different camps for skills, right? So there are steering the model and keeping stuff minimal. And there's also like other ones where you need more steps and stuff that happen. And so the part where a lot of models fall apart are in the verification stages. And a lot of times these models will either spend some time there or go against their biases. And then the other part of it is, and this is kind of where like harnesses do matter. So if you have thin skills, like really minimal skills, you have to have smarter models sometimes because they don't need a lot of steering. A lot of times you really don't need skill files, to be honest, if it's that thin at that point. If you have less intelligent models, or if you have models that have smaller context windows and aren't really good orchestrators, you know, we're in this era right now where Fable is now like the orchestrator model. So like Fable is really good at keeping a longer horizon. So the skills are really just to tell it, if you're going to do a certain task, make sure you spend more time in this. So that's why I don't use the waves thing inside of Fable, because Fable already has that built in based off the actual training runs that has gone through and based off all the actual, the harness from within Claude Code and the other models. Like, it knows how to do that stuff by its training. But if you have GPT 5.5, which is basically the emergent behavior, and you also have Claude, 4.8 or 4.7 or whatever, the Opus models, you can get similar behavior, but you have to use these techniques to kind of get it up to that point, if you know what I mean. And then if you're using a smarter model and then handing it off, you still need to have those steps defined, because the models will prefer to just exit out and say that they're done. And so the other key term that's in the skill file is the treating everything that the models do as a claim, as opposed to treating it as like the ground truth for everything. So yeah. Okay. 1 minute. Yeah. Cool. So yeah. Why doesn't XAI hire your ass? I don't know, but let me go ahead and kind of get you updated real quick on this thing here. I'm going to just start the build really quick and I'll be right back. I got to take care of something real quick. So We're going to start the build and we're going to see how this is going to do for us. And I'll be right back. Okay, we're so back. Yeah. So thanks for helping me hang out with the break and stuff like that. Yeah. So we've been cooking on the stream for a little while, and I want to test the latest changes in the code and see how things are going. I think we're good to go. So we'll see. Hi, are you there?
Yep, I'm here with you.
Oh my God, you're so fast. Oh, now you're not fast. So for those who don't know, my computer is just going haywire right now because of the beta that's installed. And so what I did is I basically sunk Claude code on it, and your eCam audio player statement is quarantine. Okay, so I see that launch D is pinned at 200% and log dechunking this is basically what's happening. This is kind of, I was hoping this was going to fix it. So the log flood is from this filling tens of thousands. Okay, so the both daemons and the plist are quarantined and your virtual Mac helper is clean. So what is it doing right now? This removes the quarantine flags and unloads the relaunch D. It's safe midstream. It doesn't touch the running eCam lep, and the sudo password prompt doesn't echo keystrokes, so nothing sensitive appears on screen. Once you run it, tell me, and I'll verify launch D's CPU drops. Oh, okay. I wanted to save this to the last part of the stream, and I want to see if I can actually run this command. No, I'll wait till after the stream. Okay, because this is really killing my performance for everything that's happening right now. But it's okay. We're going to figure this out right now. So let's go ahead and get this going. So Yo, fam, are you cooking?
Huh. I'm not cooking right now, but I'm here like your chatty sous chef.
Wait,
You've
can you
got-
help me though?
Totally. Tell me what you're working with.
Yo, so how many calories have I consumed today?
Got it. Let me quickly check your log for today. You've had 200 calories so far today, with 2,200
What did I eat today?
calories left.
I said, what did I eat today? I know. Yo, can you tell me what I ate?
Sure. Let me check your log for today. You've logged one thing so far. Cooked white rice, about 1 cup, for lunch. That's 200 calories and 4 grams of protein.
Yo, can you hook me up with some fire lunch? What do you think I could eat for lunch?
Go for a high protein bowl. Grilled chicken breast, a big pile of veggies, and a little olive oil or avocado for flavor. If you're still hungry, add a side of Greek yogurt. That keeps you moving toward your targets. You'd still have plenty left, about 2,200 calories and 196 grams of protein. So you can keep building with protein-forward choices.
Hold on, let me get this. Hey, John. Let's see. See if my brother can take her out.
Of course. I'll wait. Just let me know when you're back and we can pick up right where we left off.
Okay. Let's see. You should do a comparison of all harnesses. Artificial analysis benchmark that open code is better than Claude code. I think most things are better than Claude code. Droid is really good too. I think they're all like much better. Yeah, almost out. Okay, cool. So the GLM thing was hype in your review, sounds like. GLM is pretty good too. I think it's like there's so many model releases, it's kind of hard to, okay, let me just get her out real quick. I need to get her out. So she just needs to go outside. So she had to use the bathroom, which is good. So yeah, I have my brother here, and he's usually around. He actually was away for now. So yeah, as you can see, I'm just kind of hanging out here in Hawaii. We're hanging out and playing with these models. And to be honest, I've been on the GLM hype. I think he meant to be as good as 5.5 or 4.8. GLM for me has been more like it's there, but 5.5 is too good, and 4.8 is good too. Cost-wise, I've been spending more time on Fable just to really understand. Like I haven't had too much time on GLM 5.2 as a daily driver, mostly because I've just been studying Fable a lot. Like what is Fable doing? What is the ins and outs? Is it really good at creative writing? Is it better at other things? Is it good at code review? And how does it perform in skills? And how does it perform in iOS versus like Mac, like all these other things I'm trying to figure out. So I don't know. Reyes Ultra vibes. 2 sets of waves are cancellation patterns of some quantum BS. That's actually where I got the waves technique from, is because of like understanding and thinking about quantum problems. So like in the space of like energy and how things are like observed. So I spend a lot of time on the ocean, and there are like 2 figures out there in Lanikai Beach, and it's called the Mokaluas. And so when the waves, when the water passes through them, they actually create these cool interference patterns. And then when you're like paddling, you actually are like actually riding the waves, which I thought was really an interesting concept. And so a lot of times right now, and especially with language models, this is kind of why I was talking about skills, like thin skills versus thicker skills and so forth. I put her outside, John. She's outside. So, yeah, like kind of thinking about skills. So language models are random in some ways by its nature, and the attention mechanism that basically makes them, like fire the neurons in this very specific pattern, and this reinforcement learning. There's a bunch of different steps that need to happen for it to have some coherent output. along with what it's doing to look back in the conversation to predict the next token and so forth. These are mechanisms to try to make it more deterministic, right? So it doesn't feel so random and it's actually readable and usable for us as humans. And so the randomness that are captured by the models, because if you ask it the same question, technically it shouldn't give the same output. And by changing the weights and all these, there's a lot of different things you can tweak for these models. So it made me think about, if you can harness the randomness of the model and let them do what they do naturally without trying to control them, you can sort of realize more intelligence, because it starts to actually utilize other weights of the model that are activated. And this is something that's currently being studied in some Anthropic research papers. They're actually trying to understand, I think they're calling it J-space now. I used to just call it concept anchoring. It's the same thing. This has been since the early GPT 3.5 models that I was playing around with. So there are these things that happen when you send some information to the model. And it basically, I was calling them concepts at the time. And so you can anchor two different areas of basically the model weights by figuring out in the training data what words appear more often between those two sides of where the model is like weights are activating. And so you can use certain words like in capital letters, like A and D or something like that. Or, like there's a lot of different random words that kind of show up. But back in the GPT models, like 3.5 and 3.0 days, you can then start to get really creative output. And you can actually start getting creative techniques to like start winning chess games this way too. So this was an interesting technique that myself and other people were kind of discovering at that time. And at this time, like people were not using that model and they thought it wasn't as intelligent. But it turned out that you can actually have it do these things. So the way that I think about it, and it's still there, and it's still kind of happening right now, they're calling it J-space. But it's a similar concept where if you go walking in the forest and you are thinking about a problem, for example, like in clothing, right? Like you're working on stitching and you're working on a fabric or pattern design. And then you kind of like are walking in the forest and you see a spider web. You're like, whoa. And you study it or you study plants and how things are kind of formed and coming together. And you take those like weaving techniques that a spider is doing to make stuff really strong. You start playing around with it and you start to kind of conceptualize it. You go to sleep, you dream, you wake up and you're like, aha, I solved this complicated problem. What you've done is that you've basically have stitched together like a real world experience that's happening in nature, and also like your own, because you couldn't think through the problem to solve it. You had to kind of get influenced by your environment. And so language models are kind of the same way, right? The environment is all the training data that's taken in, and then like trying to get these weights that are stored in these other places from that training data and trying to combine them and smash them together as concepts. And with those concepts, then you can take them and then get really interesting outputs. So when you get a model to start getting really creative at outputs, it then can start approaching problems from other spaces of thinking that normally you and I wouldn't think from, but the models can. And so the models can take everything that we as humans have put out to the world and then start to look at it from these different perspectives. And so each of us live our own lives and we have our own perspectives. And that's what's really nice when you do like work in teams, because the more diverse a team, the more interesting and like much more higher signal some results can be, because where those concepts overlap and where stuff really kind of comes together and kind of gets refined is where you have really good like product taste and product sense, because it feels like it kind of can shape itself for a lot of different things. And kind of where I'm going with this long diatribe really is just to say that there's a lot more to what's happening in these models from what I can see. And I'm not like an ML engineer. I just am a practitioner. And I like to make products and I like to prompt these models and I like to push the boundaries of where these things go. So I spend a lot of time testing these models independently to just see, what I can get out of them. And it's really fun to see what I can get from these models when I, do these different things. So I wouldn't take what anyone says as gospel, even myself, right? I would just say, go take the information, go build with it. And if you have something you're working that's pretty novel, please share it in the community and StartMyAI. So if you go to school.com, just type in StartMyAI, go to the community, share your work. Please share it with other people, because that's how we're going to learn together in this space. This is such a vast space that's constantly growing. There's so much that's going on. And like, we're just scratching the surface. And I can see a lot of potential in these models, which is really, really fun. And now I'm pointing them at like trying to make products with them and trying to like get the most out of them. So where I learn is by trying to explain back and use this stuff live, which is why I like to have this channel, and it's just really fun to be where we're at right now. So I feel the more complex, lengthier skill prompts are, the easier it is to run into problems where you're giving the agent conflicting instructions. So that was true with the like last year's models. With this year's models, it can still be true as well. It just depends on like how good it is at adhering to certain things. You may need less, you may need more, just depending on what boundaries you're set, and then like what steps the models do just by its own nature. So that's where you have to like really try it out, right? Like if the node, the spiky properties of GLM, the spiky properties of GPT, right? The spiky properties of Opus, and then use them together, which actually is the more powerful part. Overall, this is a new bug that I've been hitting on Mac. I've not hit this bug before, so it's been pretty good though. Yeah. Happy belated birthday. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I use AI for work and I can't use online Chinese models. The MOOCs, yeah. So if anyone has any experiments with this, please let me know with the GLM 5.2 models, with my waves thing. Essentially, we're unloading consciousness. No, okay. Like the best way is that language is an expression of what's happening in here for your thinking, right? Whatever you're saying, like out loud, even what you're thinking is kind of expressed that way. So whenever you say like something like, oh, I wish I was in that situation, or, oh, how nice that you can be over there, or whatever, what you're doing is you're projecting like insecurity, right? Just by saying that, oh, if only I was like a millionaire or something, then I could do whatever I want. You're already projecting fear. You're projecting insecurity. You're projecting a lack of wealth, a lack of abundance. And that is already revealing what's in your thinking. And so we think that it's thinking because when you're starting to analyze and look back, you're like, wow, this feels like they're reading my mind. But it's like, that's just language, how language kind of sort of is described. So that's why people say like, read more, because then you'll learn like more language for a specific domain. And then that actually starts to increase your intelligence, because now you start to activate different spaces of thinking that you never did before, and actually kind of helps expand your mind. And why it's really important to read and like take on new things and try stuff and teach other people. I think teaching other people is probably the best way to learn. That's why I do these lives, because I'm teaching you to help understand what I'm picking up. And a lot of this stuff I'm learning on the fly, so this is really cool to be able to do that. Thanks, man. Thanks for the birthday wishes. Yeah. We're training AI on the patterns of conceptual consciousness, but not the fact acquiring consciousness. Yeah, it can mimic our consciousness. So here's what we have. We have a superpower, right? We have this tool that can mimic other consciousness, and then you can put them together in these spaces and let them do really cool creative stuff. And this is where you can harness the models for creativity, even though they're not trained for that yet. They're trained a lot for coding, because that's the most like financially lucrative thing that could be done right now. But in the future, all that stuff is there. You could just take an open model, start training something in a certain way to do that. So gorgeous home. Lighting is always nice. Yeah, I got the light up here. So that's what's up. I used GLM 5.2 the other night and fixed my Tesla Mate logging server. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Happy birthday. Oh, snap, dude. Teaching is the highest form of understanding. Yeah, I think so. I think it's like the best way to do it. Yeah. So Grok 4.5 and GLM can perform most tasks really well. It's something really advanced. It needs architectural level approach. Yes, that's actually where I would say pull out the Fable card if you want to like chat architecture, or throw a really big problem at it and then try to have it decompose it down so that other models can start working with it. So that's probably like the best way to do it. So yeah, like kind of back to the like what's going on in Grok land, right? So Grok helped us update our character, do all these like meal stores and stuff. And I gave it some more tasks to not do a data migration. So adding a reset nutrition log, a button. So API keys, nutrition log, reset with confirmation. So you'll get back to a clean state. Okay. So that's what I'm going to do right now. And then what I want to do is I'm going to try to build the app and put on my phone and see how it performs. Because right now, basically my machine is kind of dying right now. So as of now, I could say, so the USDA nutrition is currently off because I don't have the key, which I can get one from api-data.gov, and that will get that. So we're going to reset the nutrition log. Boom. Clears the saved meals. Cleared. Okay.
Hi, I'm Pebbles. I can help you hit your calories and protein today. And we're starting fresh with the full 2,400 calories and 200 grams of protein left. What are you eating first?
So I have celiac disease and I like to eat breakfast. And one of my favorite things is like yogurt with protein powder. I use the on-whey protein. Is there a way you can kind of keep a food log of this stuff?
Yes, I can keep a clean, simple log for you. Just tell me what you had and the amounts, like the yogurt type and portion, and how many scoops of the on-whey, and I'll add it. Since you're aiming for gluten-free, we'll stick with options that fit that. Right now, you still have 2,400 calories and 200 grams of protein left for the day.
So yeah, I probably have like about 45 grams of berries. I have 200 grams of yogurt, and I have about 145 grams of strawberries.
Got it. Let me look up those basics so we can log them accurately.
Boom, session error. So let's see what that session error is. Let's see what's it saying. So abandoning IO cycle reconfig pending. Where is the error? Yeah. I'll probably have to add some debug logging. Okay, cool. Can we add some debug logging? Because getting some errors in the responses that are coming back when I'm asking it to do some food logging. And at that point, it's reaching out to use Exa to go grab some of the information and bring that stuff back. And so we need to kind of guard against that. Also, I'm thinking that we should probably add a platter or something that to show on the screen, because right now the text is just coming in and streaming, which I don't mind, but I would like to have some other type of interface, especially if we're dealing with nutrition, to show as like a temporary place to see things as well. And then another thing that we should fix is just the current camera icon is just right over our character, and we should probably put that in a different place as well. There's a lot of different ideas here, and there should be a better way to do the UX. So please do some research and kind of help us figure this out. And then I'm going to apply the waves technique to this. So that way, because this is a pretty big task of a lot of things, and I want to have the task decomposed into separate things and do this as well. Yo, what's going on, Nikki? Nikki Saunders, if you don't follow, Nikki is like amazing at just checking out all the latest AI stuff. I was watching the video that you were actually doing on the latest voice stuff for the ChatGPT voice. And so what we're doing here is that we basically made our own version of ChatGPT voice using the real-time thing. And I have a little kit that people can use for free. So if you just go to, let me just put this in the chat. So if you just take this and start prompting your agent and just telling it to build off of this, all you need to do is just put your OpenAI key, and you basically have you can make your own character. So like, I want to make a character that has like a lion. Actually, that'd be fire. I'm gonna just tell it to do like a lion, like a lion's face, right? And then you'll have your own version of your voice. And so when I flip this character, you can do anything you want with this. I had it help me with my nutrition because I want to have it keep a log of my nutrition. So I basically made a plan to, to log our meals and everything like that. And that's kind of what we built off of here. So this is the thing that we did here. So if y'all want to catch this right here, that's the minimal real-time kit. So you can take this and it runs it on your Mac, and then you can just tell an AI agent like Grok or whatever to start building with this. And this is kind of what you can take to basically make your own custom AI agent. So now you have your own AI agent that's basically working for you with your own voice and everything like that. So it's a little bit different than ChatGPT voice because this is more focused on like maybe a specific task. And all the code is already in there. So you save a lot of tokens just to get started right out the back. So this would be perfect for my personal finance and education app that I'm building. Yes. Yeah. Take this and just start building stuff with it, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So fire. Exactly. Yeah. It's so crazy. So yeah. Yeah, that's the minimal real-time kit. This is this guy. And then let's go ahead and connect again. Let's see, is it going to connect? I'm also running the beta right now. So my Mac is like dying right now. It's dying so hard because let's see, activity monitor. Yeah, my activity monitor is just like it's going crazy. All right, so yeah, we're still making some code changes to it using Cursor, and let's see. It took a discovery, materializing discovery artifacts. Great stuff. As always, Ombre, I need to walk my dogs and let you know you want to meet up. Oh, yeah, in Hawaii. Okay, you send me a DM. Yeah, if you're in Hawaii right now, let me know because there's a couple events that are going on. And then we might, I might pull up in Honolulu and talk shop. I'm currently on the Kailua side, so we'll be kind of hanging out. Yeah. So basically, I'm having the agent go ahead and look up some of these features for us to have it build. And that way, you'll be able to fix some of those bugs for us. Sent on X. Leg warmer mode. Haven't had that since Intel Max. Yeah, my Mac is going crazy right now. I already rebooted before the stream, but it's still running. Yeah, this is the beta 3. Yeah. There is a bug somewhere. I don't know exactly where. I have Claude taking a look at it. So, oh yeah. So I'm basically having it do some logging and debugging. Okay, cool. So we're still waiting for one more agent to finish. I'm over that side of time. Okay, cool. Let me see if I can rebuild the app. I need to put this on my phone. Okay, let's see. We got the app. Let me run it one more time. Okay.
Hey, I'm Pebbles. We've got your day wide open. 2,400 calories and 200 grams of protein to play with. What are we eating first?
Yo, are we gonna eat some? I'm gonna eat some yogurt and also gonna get some protein powder and then some strawberries and some blueberries.
Nice. That sounds like a solid start. Let me check the macros so we can log it cleanly. Love that combo. I just need amounts to log it correctly, like grams or a typical serving, such as 1 cup of yogurt.
Hey, like, what do you think is my favorite food? Or do you know about my celiac disease at all?
I don't know your favorite food yet, unless you tell me. And same for celiac. If you have
How do you
celiac
store
disease,
that?
let's
I'm just
treat gluten
curious.
as a hard no and plan around that.
Yeah,
If you're-
definitely no gluten.
Got it. No gluten. Your yogurt, protein powder, strawberries, and blueberries are a great naturally gluten-free base. Just double check the protein powder label. When you're ready, give me the amounts and I'll log it and keep you updated on what's left.
All right, fam, that's good. Can you speak like in a different tone?
Totally. What kind of tone do you want? More chill and casual?
I kind of want you to be sassy, not gonna lie.
Sassy mode is on. I'll keep it playful, a little cheeky, but still focused on getting you to those calories and protein like a boss. Now, give me those amounts so we can log your snack.
Yo, chill.
Okay, dialing it back. A little sass, not a whole roast. Whenever you're ready, give me the yogurt, scoop, and berry amounts, and I'll log it. Gluten-free and drama-free.
Okay. That's cool. I think we're almost done with our app build. Let's see what's going on right now. I need Grok voice for the sassy. Yeah. Yeah, we could wire up Grok. Okay, so we have, now we should have the code fixes in. Let's see. I'm going to rebuild it. Cool. Okay, so now the camera button's fixed. Where'd it go though? Oh.
Hi, I'm Pebbles, your nutrition coach. You're starting fresh today with 2,400 calories and 200 grams of protein to play with. So we've got lots of room for good choices.
I'm going to stop this real quick and give it back to Grok. So I noticed that Grok missed that camera thing. So I'm going to give it the image and desktop. And screenshots today. Okay. So as of now, the camera orb is still in the middle over it, and I can't even tap it to do anything. And camera as far as a UI, it just looks really ugly there. So we got to do something about this. Oh, okay. This is running the beta after with Whisperflow. Yeah, Whisperflow. I'm having an issue right now, and when I copy and paste, it's kind of super painful right now, and I have to do this workaround. By the way, did you ever come to Austin to do an AI vibe check? Would love to know if you plan to be in town soon. No, I haven't gone to Austin yet. I probably, right now, I'm just kind of going back and forth between Hawaii and here. And I plan to do some stuff later on, but definitely join the free community that I got going on, StartMyAI. And so I got this here going in school and just trying to see where like everyone's really at right now. So if you go to like the map, if I got a whole bunch of people from a certain area, it definitely like it sounds like East Coast and stuff is definitely popping. We got some folks in Texas over here. We got like 3 folks in Austin. So yeah, I think once we get a good number of people, I think that'd be pretty fire, right? There's a bunch of folks in Southern California. We also have some other folks like in the East Coast over here by New York, definitely there. Also Florida's popping, but yeah, Florida has like North and South. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, but check it out. I can't copy and paste right now. Yeah, this thing has the memory of Dory. So that's another technique that I'm trying to do is try to make my minimal real-time kit be a little bit longer for the thinking tasks. So that's going to be coming soon. I mean, that's a big architecture fix there. So so it's going to try to relocate the camera. So all right, so consensus right now on the model, like as far as Grok 4.5 high fast, is it Opus 4.8 level? Yeah, no. I feel like there are aspects of the model that I'm liking so far, which is around planning. So using Grok 4.5 to kind of just build a plan and then execute on stuff. I like it for research, to be honest. It seems to be phenomenal at like, sending stuff out for research and coming back. But like, it's just crazy fast. And, having other agents control that, to go hand off things in the cloud is probably like a really good way to do this. What's crazy is that it's been writing Swift code pretty much without any problem, which is kind of the problem sometimes I've had with other models. And it seems to be doing it pretty well. Like I could use this to build Swift apps, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. So let me go ahead and see if I can do this thing here and see if I fixed it. And it's not like it's writing bad Swift code. It actually works. It's not like, it hasn't tried to like the vision thing. I'm not really sure about because I gave it the picture of Pebbles and it kind of, this is what we got. But overall, it's okay. Here we go. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. That's weird. Yeah. Okay. So we can make basically like a little camera view. Okay. 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 Let's see.
Hey, it's good to meet you. I'm here in the background, calm and ready. Whether you're just exploring the camera view or want to log a meal and move toward your calories and protein goals.
This is a good first step. Can you do better? I'm just curious to see where it's going to go from here. To be honest, this is like super ugly. Okay, I got to stop her because she's going to go crazy. So, yeah, this button, I don't know, because they're trying to make it match the theme, but it's just like so sloppy. Oh, I know. I'm talking smack to you. So I want to see what it's thinking right now. So it sent off another Grok high fast and it's saying, glance toward the sheet, clear and dismiss. I'll polish the camera UX. I'll check the character glance wiring. So it's going to check a bunch of files. See, this is incredibly fast. So you can do a lot of iterations with this. So that's what's up. 2 in Kentucky? Yeah. Command options. Yeah. So the problem right now is with my current version of the beta and what's going on is that basically the model, like everything is pinwheeling to death right now. So while this is building, I'll be right back. The refrigerator was left open and it's beeping right now. I'll be right back. Okay, we're so back. We are so back. Oh my God. Oh. Yo, we've been cooking on this stream though. Like we're already at like 538 on X and 67 on YouTube. And we still got much more time left, right? No, I don't know. If you've been enjoying this stream, definitely share it with some friends. And I will have timestamps available for this. One of the things I'm really liking right now about this current model is the speed as well. So Allender, A-L-N-der. Yeah, the speed is crazy fast. Fridge glued shut. Calorie deficit active. Yeah, so my brother left he went to get a little drink, a little sparkly drink. And it was left open. He went to go walk the dog. So he's doing a great job right now. Can we use Super Grok sub with cursor without the cursor sub? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, very fun stream. Yo, Ree, you're still here too? Man, okay, we got some MVP in the streams. Who've been here? I know Z400 Racer's been here from the beginning. We have Ree has been here from the beginning as well. I want to give a shout out to you guys. You guys have been here for like ever holding it down. Let me see some of the first comments and see if y'all still here. Do we still got Ultra Dow up in here? My boy, Vladimir, I think you're probably on the other side of the world right now. You're probably asleep. Do we still have Jeff in the building? John is rad. Is that my brother? Yeah, because like we still got these old messages from way back in the day. Mar Grevite. Yeah. Oh snap! Repeat on stream numbers every few minutes. Yeah, I think it was like used for IRL stream. I think you're good now. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Wes. You were like pretty fire on like the first stream. Yeah. For those who don't know, that was really cool. So let's see what type of polish it did for us. I'm curious. Let's see. Let's see the build. I'm literally holding my laptop. My rear is so sore right now. I'm not used to sitting this long in one chair like this. I hate sitting down. What is it?
Hi, I'm Pebbles. Happy to help you with your
Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this thing right here. When I connect, what? I don't like the color choices. I like I like the animations, which is cool. But as you can see, I think we're having some issues with the treatment of the text. So let's just do that. Okay. So I'm going to give it some things here. So I'm going to say image. I don't like the button color and scheme. Can we just make it a simple draggable UI kit thing where it looks like a mini mirror without all the extra chrome around it? Should feel like a mirror is up and we can move it around to drag. Also need to do something about the text. As you see there on the bottom, it tends to overlap and all should feel fluid. Perhaps we can refactor some of the UI UX experience. Think hard about this. Waves. No, I'll do no waves. I'll just let it do its thing. Okay, here we go. Bro, welcome to the vibe code. 95% one-shotted, and then you sit there and flog the... That's pretty much true. That's very true. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right. So we got this going on. It's going to be thinking the orb should become a draggable mini mirror, and captions need to stop colliding with it and rethink the layout and implement it. I'm just curious what's going to happen here at this point, because we have like the draggable mirror. So it's sent off like a Grok high fast for a sub-agent task. Damn, this is crazy. So UI kit pocket mirror you can drag and fixing caption overlap so the bottom stays readable. If this pulls it off, Grok is a bad one. Because like this is something I definitely expect Claude 4.8 to do, the Opus model. And I'm just curious. I'm just gonna let it do its thing. And we're going to see. I'll rebuild this as a UI kit draggable mirror with caption avoidance and then wire glance hit testing. Implement the UI. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm just expecting code. Okay. Wow. Look at that. It's spitting out code so fast. Oh my God. This is crazy. It's crazy fast. Yo, this Grok model is crazy fast. It's kind of fast in like a bad way because low key, you could just send this stuff off and then like want to come back later. Also, damn, my background is pretty fire right now with the way the lighting is hitting. It's currently about 6:30 in Hawaii, so like the sun is about to set soon, and like the way everything looks in the plants and stuff, bro, this is kind of crazy. Yeah, and then we're kind of here, so you're just kind of chilling with me live here in the jungle in Hawaii and kind of hanging out on this side of town. So this is what we do. This is just vibes. We got the book lamp. We got the whole setup here. I got my phone. Is there anything going on with my phone? Okay. Yeah. I have to wake up super early because at 5 o'clock, I have to film a podcast because my boys are at the East Coast. So that's like lunchtime for them. So yeah, that's what's up. I want to see if this feature is doing pretty good. So how much faster than 4.8? I think this is like 2 to 3 times faster.
That sounds like a seriously beautiful setup. Sunset, plants, and a fast model sprinting.
Oh my God. I got to tell her to chill. Okay. Let's see what's going on. You need a cigar and a libation, bro. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I feel like that's the vibe right now. Like this is the, but we don't do that stuff here, man. We're trying to live to be 100 years old. And the cigars are a regression to that whole plan, right? And then even alcohol, like I don't want to consume poison. Like there's no point. I just want to eat good food, like healthy food, like vegetables and all that stuff. Because that's the thing to do. That's how you keep that good skin. All right, so what do we got? This is like a crazy refactor, all happening pretty much right in front of us. Super fast. This is crazy. This is super crazy fast. There's a stage foreground. We have a mirror chrome. Yeah. Damn, this is insane. Yeah, I'm gonna put my laptop here. All right, so we're watching the model really just go to town, finish up some of the last things that we want to have here. So we're trying to get a draggable mirror for our app. We'll let AI fix this. Yeah. No, it's gonna be fire. All right. So also I can show you, let me see if I can open a new file. New conversation, new window. Okay. I'll get to that in a bit. I'll show you the app that I'm currently working on, which is pretty cool. So once this is done, we're gonna launch it, and then I think it's already done. Damn, it's already done. Yo, this is crazy. So the ceramic SFL. So now we should have a pocket mirror. This is insane. Drag and clamp. This is bonkers. Okay. Bro, I can't believe, like, this actually is going to make live streaming super fun because now I could just code at the speed of thought. Actually super dangerous. Yo. Okay. What is... Oh, look at the eyes.
Hey, I'm Pebbles, your nutrition coach.
Hi.
Hi, I'm here and listening. If you want, we can log a meal, undo something.
Yo, this is crazy. Okay. Okay. Right now, when I tap it, the thing doesn't work. Okay. So this is like the weird parts of the model is like it doesn't finish up the rest of the task. You know what I mean? So the verification part. So right now I'm able to drag around the thing, but when I click it, it doesn't open up the mirror. When I click it, when I tap it. 100% with no cigar. Yeah. Oh, 100 with no cigar and then 95 with, is it really like that big of a difference? But I don't want cancer though. Is Grok 4.5 on par? Nah, I think there's some spikiness to it. And I think it needs a I need some extra. So Grok, okay, like a little bit of where we're at right now. So Grok 4.5 in the high mode, it needs a little bit more like verification around it because it seems to want to like get out of the task saying like, I'm done. And then you need like another task or another sub agent to kind of go through and verify the work that it's doing because obviously it's not done. Like it did a good part of the implementation in Refactor. And even like the eyes of my little agent follow it, which is crazy cool. But the actual mirror part of like tapping it and showing the mirror, it doesn't really show that yet. You know what I mean? So really weird, but I guess that's kind of is what it is. I'm pretty sure it's a simple bug. To be honest, it's just a layering issue because of how Swift UI does the view layout. And then UI in this little refactor, I think it's just got to fix that little thing. Let's see what happened. Pan never reaches the ended tap. Yeah, okay. Yeah, wiring a UI tap just recognize it. Yeah, so the subviews don't steal touches and the mirrors just, okay, cool. Yeah. So as far as like where the model is, it's kind of almost there, but I like the other part of it that we forget is that the Cursor team can turn around model like updates pretty quickly. And this is just part of what they've been doing with Composer 2.5. Within like less than 4 hours, they can get another version of the model out and they'll just do A/B testing then on forward. And so stuff like this, you know, are good use cases to show like, hey, like this is where it did it. And then with a skill like this to verify the work, this is kind of where it does better. And like what ends up happening is that over time with everyone doing their things and their reprompting, that's actually how all these models get better is because literally all of your prompts and stuff are feeding back to like ChatGPT, Anthropic or whatever. And so they're taking the aggregation of all of your prompts and data and then trying to figure out what are the highest signals and things that they can do that, you know, kind of shorten that time frame. And that's why the models feel smart when you give them a basic prompt saying like build this game or something, because they've seen so many different iterations of that and they kind of know where to reach and then make that easier for it to call tools and complete the tasks along with other types of techniques, right? So, all right, so let's see what's happening. So the camera view is going to now use the UI pan gesture recognizer, and let's just see how this is going. Bro, we are cooking today. We are absolutely cooking today. Let's see. So yeah, it needs more hand-holding basically.
Hi, I'm Pebbles. I can help you plan meals and log them so you hit your calories and protein. You've got your whole day left. 2,400 calories and 200 grams of protein. Hey, nice to hear from you. If you've eaten anything today, we can log it. Or I can suggest something high protein to get you started.
Wow. This is interesting. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of these like symbols and stuff, but it's like, yeah. So where I was thinking was like, I don't think it really understood my intent of like what this pocket mirror thing is. And I'm wondering if I can just ask a smarter model and seeing kind of like what it does. So like, let's just put Fable on it. I'm just really curious. Like what would Fable do in the same situation, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start a new chat. I'm just going to give Fable, right? We're going to give it to Fable and we're going to let it like Fable hi, right? So here's minimal real-time kit. And I'm going to go back here and I'm just going to say Fable. So Fable hi in edit. Yeah, we'll give it Fable hi. And I'm literally just going to say, here we go. Oh, we have an update too. I'm going to update it real quick. So let me just do a quick update because usually the update fixes a lot of problems and hopefully some of my bugs get fixed. So while that update is happening, let me just kind of catch up a little bit. And yes, Sky Happy, we are still live. It's still happening. Yes, you're kind of seeing us still live here. So what's going on? So Gemma 4 was at its release. No, Gemma 4 is very different. Yeah, late to the party. Grok 4.5. Grok 4, I mess with Grok 4.5 pretty much. Yeah, like I feel like that has to be one part of your bag. Just like Composer 2.5, like Grok 4.5 for planning is pretty fire. Like for planning, gathering, researching, tool calling, definitely use it. You know, using it in like a multi-agent workflow with spanning sub-agents and doing research for you and coming back and synthesizing that, definitely really, really nice. It's really, really nice. It's crazy, you know what it might be, and I have no idea. Yeah. I just had dinner and going to sleep a bit. East Coast, yeah, it's super late East Coast. That's crazy. 12:40 a.m. Man, it's hard going back to anything else. Having Fable, also true. Yeah, so much smarter finding gaps in projects. Do you guys feel the same? This is kind of how I'm feeling right now. This is why I'm reaching for Fable right at this very moment, because I've gone through like 3 or 4 iterations of this mirror concept, and it just did not really understand what I was trying to do, right? So like it just kind of looks super ugly, and I'm not really a big fan of that. So yeah, I don't know. Like let's just try this out right now inside of Fable High, right? And just see what it comes up with, right? So I tried to implement the mirror concept, and it still has this Chrome, has this button that I don't know what's going on with, has a dash around it. And I just feel like this whole feature was incomplete because I still see a lot of text overlap, and it just doesn't feel so fluid and useful. What I was actually dreaming up was kind of like this pocket mirror, right? Like you hit a little button and it just kind of shows up, and it feels like, you know, in real time, because whenever you're looking at a camera, you'll see this cool outline of, not even an outline, just the actual view of the camera itself. And because we're using iOS 26 and using these glass themes, the stuff that got developed so far just has this extra Chrome, and it just doesn't feel like it fits in. It feels like it's getting in the way of things, because as a human, I'm looking down onto a phone, onto a piece of glass. And so it should feel that way, and that my character's sort of there helping me out as well in real time. And so we did one part of it with the UI kit gestures and things, but it just feels completely not really thoroughly thought out. So I want you to think this through and just come up with a good fix that you feel would make it feel really fun, fluid, and human-like, because in this type of project, I'm kind of trying to have it help me scan labels and keep track of food and pictures of different things that I need it to have keep track of and log. So go ahead and fix the things. And so I'm going to give it a picture of this. And I'm going to say, this is fugly, basically. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to give it to the image. Grab the image right here. Open. Perfect. So we're going to give this to Fable at the 1 million high. And then we're basically going to see Fable go to work for us. So in this case, Fable is going to then take this really long prompt that I've just kind of yapped into existence. And we're going to see, like, can Fable like clean up some of the mess that Grok 4.5 was just not able to get to? Grok 4.5 was able to get us some of the basic stuff there, but it just doesn't have that polish that we're looking for. I mean, this is, to be honest, slop. Like, not slop, it's just really not good UI, right? You have a screen within the screen within the screen, too many color changes. There's too much to kind of focus on. There's like different font hierarchies. There's a lot of different problems. And without me describing it to Fable what the problem is, I'm just trying to have Fable see if it has the intelligence to pick that up and get kind of where I'm going with this type of thing. So it's going to look at the current implementation. It's looking at the files. Here it is thinking. So I set it to high. I don't need extra high. I don't need max thinking. High is pretty much should be the default here, and it's more than enough to really do it. I could even do low. It should be pretty damn good. I would use low if I was just implementing something that was like pretty straightforward, where I just wanted to let it go. Honestly, it seems like Claude front end and Codex back end is magic. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm feeling with this too. Yeah. Now let me check the capture service and the handoff notes from the prior wave to understand what was intended. So it's going to check camera orb placements. So yeah, this is it, right? So it's recommendation. So yeah, I had quite a bit of information there. Because I had so much research that was done, I think this is where Fable is just going to crush it. Because it has a lot to reference from now. Interesting.
That sounds like a fun experiment. Like you're benchmarking different assistants to see who really
Dang, you've been listening in?
Only what you say to me here. I don't follow you into other apps or keep listening beyond this chat.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I only have access to what you share in this conversation.
Okay, I believe you.
Thanks for checking. I'd rather.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling upbeat and ready to help. If you want to keep chatting about your project, I'm in. If you want to switch back to food, I can suggest something high protein to fit your day.
Can I use the cursor harness free and hook up the cheap free local models hosted to it? Yeah, no, yeah, I guess it's not something like where you can plug and play. Yeah. So yeah. LOL. Yes, for real. Yeah, let's go back to let's see what Fable's doing right now. I'm picturing the redesign now. Instead of beige Swift sheet, I'll morph the circular mirror in place, expanding it from its own dock position into a large rounded rectangle hand mirror shape using the same video preview layer. See, this is amazing. This is where Fable is understanding what's going on. When idle, it stays the 60-point circle with a live preview and a hairline rim. When tapped, it animates into a portrait. Like, this is crazy. So this is in the thinking traces of Fable High. So we're already seeing where Fable is going to go with this. And I didn't get to see this inside of Grok 4.5. I mean, as of right now, right? Because where things currently stand, things can change in the coming weeks. And so I would not be surprised if, like, in the future, like, this is a perfect example of like where, where Fable's at right now and where the current Grok models are, and then like where they could possibly be for the next stuff here. This is going to be really crazy. I think this feature is going to be insane. For the expanded state, I'm purposing the pan gesture so vertical dragging moves the mirror with dampening, and if the drag exceeds 120 points and the velocity hits 900, it collapses. Otherwise, it springs back. This is crazy. Like, it's thinking about this. It hasn't even applied any code, but it's already kind of thinking about where it's going to go. So the expanded frame will be centered within the width of 362 by 490 on a standard iPhone position below the top bar. For visual refinement, I'm moving away from the beige chrome towards a neutral glass aesthetic on dark stage, making the rim much subtler and with a white hairline opacity. This is insane. Adding a scrim view behind the mirror. Now I'm checking the gesture handling. So this is like, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is Fable. I mean, right? I mean, no surprise. But like, we're kind of cleaning up some of the mess from Grok 4.5. I don't know if it's cleaning up, but I would say that this is more like we tried with a bunch of iterations within Grok and it never really fully understood what I was trying to do. And I feel like this is really trying to capture that moment. Would have Grok have gone around to this? I don't know. I think Grok acts really fast, but the intelligence of Fable is just kind of insane. Yeah. Planning the next moves. I'm thinking through the core interaction model for this pocket mirror feature, keeping the video preview layer persistent in one place, then morphing it into a tail rounded rectangle, then tapped, then opening to a compact mirror. For the geometry, I'm calculating the 4:3 aspect, implementing. This is going to be nuts. You know what's really funny is like it does all this thinking, and then all of a sudden it's going to write like 4 lines of code. And it's like, okay, here's all the work. And it's like, really? All this thinking for like 4 lines of code? Come on, bro. Like, but I mean, that's kind of what happens though when you have like architects. They're like, oh yeah, it's just simple. It's just like these lines. We have this pattern which you just have to reuse. It's already in your code. It's like, oh, thanks. If I only knew how to do that, you know. Is there a way to know how much this Fable prompt costs? Curious. I don't know, but let's just see. 178,000 tokens so far. Yeah, we'll see at the end of this. Yeah. Better than 2,000 lines of BS. Yes. Yeah, for real. For the shutter button, I'm designing with an outer white ring and an inner element. For the UI, I'm fading out the captions and the hint banner. Like, this is doing like a full-on, like, damn. This is crazy. I can't believe how much writing mirror view, defining the layout constraints. This is insane. This is actually insane. There's so many uncommitted changes right now. I'm probably going to throw them away after the stream, right? I forgot to fork it. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to see if we can make our character a little more chill. I do like his eyes, though. There's like the fact that it follows it.
Yeah, the way it follows along is pretty great.
Hey, what was the score of the US soccer game?
Hold on. Let me check that so I can give you the
While you're
latest
checking
score.
that, can you also tell me what Elon Musk thinks about the Grok model released today?
Let me check what's being reported about his comments so you get a current read. Reports today say he's calling the new Grok 4.5 an Opus class model, and he's positioning it as a strong rival that's faster and cheaper than some competitors. If you want, I can also summarize what the coverage says about its strengths and limitations.
Sure, go ahead and do that.
Let me pull together a quick balanced summary from the coverage. Overall, the coverage paints it as a high-end Opus class model aimed at complex work like coding and knowledge-heavy tasks. The reported strengths are strong performance, faster speed, and a potentially lower cost than some competitors. The limitations mentioned are that it may still trail top-tier rivals in certain areas, and some pieces frame it as a strategic positioning move as much as a
Is there
technical.
anyone saying that it's good at Swift code?
Let me check what reviewers are saying specifically about Swift coding so you get a precise answer. I couldn't find a credible, specific claim that it's particularly good at Swift. Most coverage talks about coding and engineering tasks in general with mixed benchmark results, and there are some anecdotal experiences, but nothing solid focused on Swift. If Swift is a big priority, you'd want to try targeted tests or wait for independent
Is there anyone
evaluations.
that says any specific model is good at Swift?
Let me check what's being said about specific models and Swift so you get a clear answer. Not really. What I found points to Swift-focused tools and reviewer skills, and some general code benchmarks, but nothing that clearly says a specific model is especially good at Swift. So it's more.
Okay. I'm surprised by this model really good so far in open code. Yeah, what are you making in open code? I'm just curious. So as of now, let's see what do we have so far. I think it's got the little mirror thing. Let me see if I can pre-build it. I just want to see what's building so far. If it compiles. Oh, build failed. Yeah, we still have to. Yeah, camera overview. Yeah, we're doing more code changes. Editing camera mirror view. Yeah. So the mirror view needs to morph between three states: a small docked circle for dragging and tapping, an expanded rounded rectangle with a shutter and close controls, and a frozen photo state for viewing the retake and use options. Keeping the same video preview layer throughout to create a true morphing effect rather than crossfading, and use the glass effect view for controls to maintain. This is crazy, dude. Like to read through the traces of what's happening in Fable is kind of insane how good it is at understanding this code. Like, like you'd have to think about this out loud. I mean, like, damn, right? So it's UIKit Pocket Mirror, it's like getting rid of that whole thing. And now it's going to be like, okay, cool. Now we're going to do this UI view and rim view, flash view, and hint label with these buttons. And then now it's going to is live. Bro, this is sick. This is ridiculous. So the mirror view uses iOS 26 glass button configurations. Let me verify those UIKit API names exist before building on them. Damn, this is crazy. Migrating an old commerce site from Strap API to a custom CMS. I don't know how any human could understand this code at this level. I don't want to anymore. I just want to prompt features into existence. So Cursor has this thing called remote control, and remote/remote. So remote control, I can convert this session into a remote control thing. And what it does is that the code and stuff will execute on my Mac here, but it sets up a cloud instance. And what the cloud instance does for Cursor with remote control is that I can actually see what's happening on my phone. So if I want to go touch grass, or in my case, I want to go to the beach, I just go remote control, leave my laptop open, and then it's going to do all the Xcode build, all that stuff locally here. And on remote control, the cloud is literally looking at my machine, running and executing tasks. And on my phone, I can see what's happening and then send it commands, updates, or whatever I want. I can even approve PRs and everything. And so that's just using /remote control here inside of Cursor. And then that takes the session and basically sends it up for that, which is like insanely cool. And I know some other folks, like Codex has a version of that, and all these other folks have versions of that too. So if you're kind of wondering, this is kind of where I was at. Fable is crazy, but Fable and live streams can kind of get boring when it takes a lot of time. Still worth it, of course. I mean, I feel like the output is way worth it, right? So anyone who doesn't want code doesn't have to anymore. Crazy what's going on. So I think there's a couple different theories of where things are going. If you haven't had a chance, Theo Brown or T3, he did an actually really good talk at AI Engineer just about on how one should think about their problems for what they're going to solve using these models. And in essence, he made a really good comparison that Fable was the first model that's like now an orchestrator, and you want to handle really, really big complex problems. And the way that he actually described what a startup was many years ago to what a startup is today, basically most startups are probably markdown files. Right? I mean, today they could just be one singular app. So then you want to probably aim for something bigger. Like, what is that? What does that look like? And that's where you can throw a lot of ambition at some of these larger models and kind of let them kind of churn away and have them work for you. So I think that's kind of where this stuff is kind of headed, if you know what I mean. And like the fact that I don't have to learn how to set up my terminal and set up all this different stuff with like Xcode build and like set up the app store things and like go through all these details that were just kind of painful. I mean, they're still good to useful to learn, but I just want the idea. I want it in an app. I want to get published. And I want my friends to use it. So I'm actually going through this experiment right now. I was like, can I ship software in this manner while we're waiting for our minimal real-time kit? I'm also have this app called where is it? So I'm going to go to devices, device hub. So I'm going to expand this one and I'll see if I can pull up a different simulator. Is it iPhone Pro? No, it's this one here. So in this one here, I'll pull it up. I don't think it's on this one. Is it on iPhone Pro? iPhone Pro Max, maybe this one. Start. Dismiss. We'll see. I'm not sure if it's on this device or not. Let's see. Fast models are kind of fun, addicting. Yeah, XAI cooked. All right. Whatever. This thing's hanging. So, yo, Brian Pearson, what's going on, man? I am hanging by a thread because my machine is getting like cooked or obliterated with the latest beta. So I'm like literally at like 200% CPU and just waiting for the model to finish its work right now. So let's see if I could just rebuild this app real quick. I'm curious to see. Yeah, the build fails still. Yeah. So yeah, this is Pebbles, the concept. I still need to figure out if Fable 5 can really cook on this because we don't really have the textures and everything we need for this, and we should. So this is something where I think Fable can really kind of knock it out of the park, I think. Because Grok didn't really do anything. It kind of gave us what Opus did as well. So yeah. Device Hub is dying. So let me force quit. Yeah. Okay. And what's going on with our app? So Fable is still going through and doing our thing. Yo, Grok 4 out last time cooked with the speed and cost. Now Para 4.8. Yeah. Xcode is so heavy. I'm on a MacBook Air and it always gets me cooked. Yeah. Pay to win Fable and I use it. Yeah. Fable is kind of, it's next level. The fact that I just yapped all of this and gave it my pain point. I was like, bro, what is this? Grok made this and it's like, so it's not the strongest. I would say Grok 4.5 doesn't seem to be the strongest in UI, obviously, but this is where Fable really understood a lot more of my intent from this prompt. And it's going to like even figure out the animations, which I never described to it, right? It already knows about the small circle and expanding out and how it's going to think about that to implement it. And so all those details we saw in the thinking traces. So I'm actually very hopeful at what it's going to be building for us here and how that's going to look for us. So in the meantime, I'm just trying to like build the software and see if I can get a build that I can run while it's like mid-flight. to see if I can start playing around with some of the gestures and stuff. So yeah, let me just kind of make this bigger here. Make this, oh, this thing's dead. Let me just kill this. Okay, cool. So here's this thing. If I connect, can I, yeah, so this is already the first part of what it's going to do. So I can drag this guy and it does this little pocket mirror thing, which is kind of cute. So this is really cool. And this is like the prototype so far. But then it's going to actually have the camera when we get it done here. So there's no camera in here, but this is kind of where we're going with this. And this is like the first look. Both camera files are written. Now the debug to catch any compile errors. Actually, it already compiled. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to see if I can connect my phone and launch it on my phone. Okay. All right, cool. Yo, 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 what's good, fam? Yo, are you there? Okay.
All good. I'm here and ready.
Okay, cool. I want to see like what this camera looks like. So I'm going to connect it to my computer and then we're going to see what this like UI view looks like. So let's see. Let him cook. Okay. Oh, I gotta take it off my phone case. Okay. All right, so my phone's connected. Let me see if I can run the build on it. Let me cook. Okay. Build failed requires, okay, let me do the signing thing real quick. Select my team. Okay, done. Okay. Yeah, it's building now. Cool. All right, so the build is going to land on my phone and then it'll launch on my phone itself. And then we'll be able to see, like it says build succeeded. So now we're going to see this launch and then we're going to see how this kind of really looks like on a real device here. So this is going to be really interesting. So we're going to see this minimal real-time kit that we're talking about. It's going to land on my phone and hopefully, yeah, it's basically copying a lot of stuff over and then we're going to see what's going on. So it's currently about 7:05 here in Hawaii. You can kind of see the clouds, the color of the sunset over there. It's looking pretty good. So let's see what's going on. So on large code bases, Fable is on another level, bro. Fable is just ridiculous. Just the look through the thinking traces, Niston, it's been amazing. So yeah, Grok is kind of spiky, I would say, Niston. And then Grok so far on like design is not really that fire. It's kind of slop, like on fire. But it's okay. So now we're launching our app. Let's see. Launching app for the first time on the phone. Grok hacking phone so Elon. No. What's the mascot? Is it like a cloud? No, the mascot's actually Pebbles, actually like a rock, you know? So what's cool right now is basically my phone is asking me for permission for allowing to use the camera. So I said allow. So now we have this guy here and I'm going to start the conversation, add OpenAI key. So I'm going to add my key real quick so that that way I can get it kind of working on my phone and start to do this thing. So I'm gonna go to my notes, get the API key, and then we'll be cooking. So here's my key, view note. I used to like being able to use FaceTime to unlock this stuff. So here we are. Whoops. Copying the key. Let me lock it back up again. Put the key back in here. Then save the key. Hit done. Okay. So now we should have our agent. Okay. So now it's asking, oh.
I'm Pebbles. I can help you hit your
Do you see the pocket mirror? That's me in that little mirror hole there. Look at. That's crazy. I'm like, you can actually see the camera. The camera is being shown in real time. Yo, okay, I'm gonna allow. You have access to the microphone right now and you can actually kind of see me. So watch this. This is gonna be crazy. Yo, tell me this is not crazy. All right, so like I'm gonna send it a photo. And then I'm gonna say log it. It says log it, right? Whoops. So I'm gonna send it a photo of me. Oh, this camera thing is going crazy. So we can like literally drag around this thing, and you can kind of see the experience. And then I'm gonna, yo, this is crazy. I'm gonna take a picture.
That is pretty wild, honestly. I can see the setup vibe. When you send a photo of the food or label and say log it, I'll help confirm what it is and add it to your day. I don't see any food or nutrition label in this photo. Just you at the mic, which is a great setup, by the way. If you want it logged, send a picture of the food itself or the label with macros and barcode, or just tell me what you ate and roughly how much.
Whoa. So like, this is insane. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go grab a food label, because literally we just made a clone of CalAI. if this thing is working like the way I think it's going to work, we low-key made like a CalAI clone. So GPT real time can take video or take a photo. It can take basically image, text, or voice as input. And so in essence, with one like app like this, it can not only does it do the voice, but literally I just hit picture, and then we should be able to get a nutrition label, and it'll be able to log it for me right now. So I'm super excited about this, and I want y'all to like lock in with me, because this is insane that we have this character right now that can do this type of thing where we can take a photo and it should be able to log our food label. So I'm just going to grab a nutrition label thing. I'll be right back. I'm like kind of let this thing take a look so you can kind of see what's going on. This is my character. This is like the actual character that I want to build. So this is like the different moods that it will have. And you know, this is going to be using to track my nutrition and everything like that. So I provided this free minimal real-time kit that you can use. And so this is kind of where we're going with this. And let me go grab a label real quick so we can try this pocket mirror thing, because this is going to blow my mind right now. Hold on. Yo. Welcome back. We are going to go to town. We're going to scan some of these Quest chips. And we're also going to scan like a couple protein bars. So if you're just locking in right now, you've just watched us build like this crazy real-time app. And it's kind of insane to have a lot of fun with this thing called like the minimal real-time kit. So this is currently available. You can download this for free. And then start prompting your agent, because it has all the code and all the stuff that you need to kind of glue everything together. And so the way we're going to do this is my app right now is currently on my phone, and I don't even need it plugged into my computer anymore. I'm just going to unplug it. At this point, I have the app running on my phone. I should probably hook up the web thing to it, but we don't need that at all. We're just going to scan the nutrition label. So for those wondering, this is the nutrition label for this thing. You can kind of see it's kind of jank right now, but we're going to we basically just built a CalAI clone in like a couple prompts, right? This is it. Like this is all the nutrition label stuff is. So when I turn on my agent, you can kind of see there's this mirror, literally like this that's actually me right there on the microphone, and you can see when I put stuff behind it. That's my camera. It's like punching a hole like in here, and you can kind of see wherever I'm moving it around, my little agent's following it. And then when we tap it, let's see if I can tap it over here. See, it pulls up this big screen right here. And so what I'm going to do is just going to take a picture of the label. It's hard to do. Wait, hold on. Okay.
Hi, I'm Pebbles. I can help you hit your calories and protein today. And we're starting fresh with everything still left. What are you thinking for your first meal?
I have a picture of a food thing, which I'm going to show you real quick. And I'm wondering if you could just kind of log this for the calories, because this is protein chips that I like. And we're just going to go ahead and log the protein chips. So just go ahead and take a look at that label that I just sent you and see kind of what we're thinking here.
I'll look that up and then we'll confirm what to log. This looks like one bag with 140 calories and 19 grams of protein. If that's right, I'm logging it now. Logged as one bag of Quest protein chips. You've got 2,260 calories and 181 grams of protein left for today.
Yo, what did we just do? We basically, okay, come on. Like, what's insane is the fact that like, how come these other like food logging apps don't even have something basic like this? We built this for ourselves because we want this. Like the interaction design is really fun and cute. And it's just like crazy that we have a thing that is basically looking at the camera live right now from that little circle that we can move around and kind of have some fun with it. And then when we do it big, we kind of have that thing there, right? So like the animation is really insane, right? So we just tap this little guy and it does all that. And so that was basically, oh, here we go. And I could just say it, I'm gonna say log it and it's gonna say like come back at me with something that's funny.
I'm not seeing a food label in that last view. Maybe the camera slipped. The protein chips are already logged, so you're good there. If you want to add something else...
What else can you tell me about the protein chips? Can you tell me what else you saw? Like how much fat?
From the label lookup, that bag is 5 grams of fat, 5 grams of carbs, 19 grams of protein, and 140 calories per bag. If you want, I can suggest a next snack that boosts protein without adding too many calories.
This is crazy. This is crazy, right? I mean, like, ship it. And like, I also have another label, right? Like I have the Quest, what do you call this? Quest crispy bar. Or this peanut butter jelly one is so freaking good. All right, so I'm gonna show you this label really quick, so that way we can try to capture this thing and see if you can kind of capture how many calories and everything. Because I want you to log this for me, and this is a really tasty treat. This is like one of my favorites. Let me just retake it so that the way it's kind of clear for you. And then I'm going to basically log this one here and go ahead and let me know, whatever.
Nice. That bar sounds fun. Let me quickly confirm the label details so we can log it accurately. Done. I logged the bar as 210 calories and 16 grams of protein. You've got 2,050 calories and 165 grams of protein left today.
That's crazy. That's so good. Oh my God, this is really tasty. So what is my total for the day so far that I've eaten?
Let me pull up your day so far and read it back simply. So far, you've had 350 calories and 35 grams of protein. You've got 2,050 calories and 165 grams of protein left for today.
So if I wanted to eat something for the rest of my meal, for like, for example, if this is like lunch, what would I have next?
Go for a protein-forward lunch, like a big chicken salad with greens, tomatoes, cucumbers, and a light vinaigrette, plus a side of Greek yogurt. That can get you around 40 to 60 grams of protein without burning through too many calories. You'll still have plenty left to play with for dinner.
That's pretty funny. Yo, this is crazy. We are like cooking with this thing. I can't believe it. It's been pretty fun to make this and stuff. I can't believe. Yeah. This is absolute bonkers, right? Fable just knows the vision and hits the goal, and it helped me build a recursive audit system from all my creations. That's basically what we did. So as of now, what we did is we used Grok to kind of bootstrap and get this idea off the ground. But the problem with that is that it wasn't really that good at UI design, right? It didn't get that intent that I wanted. I described this in a lot of detail, and Grok didn't really just build it out. It kind of steered itself towards some like Chrome and whatever. It was really not really that good looking. And then after giving it to Fable in High, I said, hey, this is what we tried. Can you try to like take a pass at this? You can tell in the thinking traces, Fable's like, oh, I want a pocket mirror, and then I want to expand to be like this specific viewport, and I will do this animation instead so it doesn't just fade in and out, so it looks like it's growing with it and stuff like that. So those were like those little details that are in Fable that came in unprompted, and it just pretty much cleaned up the rest of the stuff and kind of shipped it through. So with a combination of everything, how does Grok 4.5 feel? I feel like it's going to definitely get stuff done. It feels like it's, compared to Fable, it's very different. Fable is like, bring in Fable as the closer. I feel like Fable is the closer and the opener, right? Like you need the opening pitcher and you need the closer, right? Like everything in between could be grinded out by like, these other models. Use them in conjunction with each other. And I still got to play around with the strengths. I mean, this has been a crazy stream for us to kind of hang out and vibe with us here in Hawaii and just kind of, do this stuff live. So I'm going to go live tomorrow because the GPT Soul model is going to be released tomorrow. And best believe I have 4 resets. So I'm just going to be going nonstop until all my resets are done. I'm not trying to burn through like crazy, but I'm going to definitely be smart about using it. You know what I mean? So that's what's up. Grok is pretty banging, bro. Well, what do you guys think of it? I've had it running for a few hours fixing GPT slop. Yeah, back and forth. It's a good workhorse model. I definitely like that. Yeah. Oh, those chips. The chips, I don't know. I feel like it's what, $10 for 4 bags. So yeah, it's pretty expensive. Love Quest products for gluten-free needs. Yes. Have you tried Aloha Organic? I have. I don't like the taste. I like the Quest stuff. Fable did it perfectly. Ask Fable for support selfie camera as well. Oh, wow. I'm ready for a GPT 5.6 Soul. Yeah, same here. You know what's going to be funny is that my bottle is going to be out of date. I'm going to have something that's now out of date. So this bottle will no longer be compatible as of tomorrow going forward. So yeah. Yo, OpenAI, thank you for the water bottle. Oh, man. Yeah. What are you guys making? Have you been using the Grok model so far? What do you think of it? So far, it's going to be something I definitely will use a lot for a lot of tasks. From planning, for sure. Research, a lot. And even just writing the general code that's not really that design forward. If I'm going to be prototyping, I feel like I'll pull the Fable card out just to get that feel, right? If I wanted to get that experience or that feel of things, that's where I put Fable on it, and that's my closer. I come in with Fable. If Grok can't hit it after 3 to 4 tries, throw Fable in the mix. Fable already has enough context of what we tried, and then it'll just really kind of nail it home. I'm curious to see if GPT 5.6 Soul is going to be that for me. So that way I'll use my GPT sub instead of Fable, right? Will GPT 5.6 have enough in it to then take it to the next level of what Fable did for me at 1/8 of the cost or at half the cost? Maybe. I don't know. Did I apply for the OpenAI Dev Day in September? I didn't because I'm actually going on a actual vacation / cruise in the middle of the Tahitian islands. So I'll be in Tahiti during the event. I was like, man, it's like literally in the middle of the event. So that's what's up. They should create a bottle that will update when the new model comes out. Yeah, that'd be what's up if we could fix the bottle and stuff. So that's what's up. Yeah. Oh man. So yeah, we are right now streaming for 3 hours and 59 minutes and 15 seconds. If you're wanting to kind of look back and see what we did, we covered a ton of stuff. So going on with the stream, we kind of started out, had some technical issues with the cursor stuff, but we actually ended up getting it working. let me just go back and kind of cover a little bit of, what happened with the model, right? So a lot of this stuff, I don't really look at benchmarks anymore. I just test the models. It's really interesting to see how these companies position their models in terms of their relativity to their own benchmarks. And so I want to point out something as a disclaimer, because this is an interesting fact that Bridgemind brought up in his stream. And so this has leaked. So what ended up happening, I think, is that some of the Grok 4.5 had an advantage on Cursor Bench because an earlier snapshot of Cursor codebase was accidentally included in the training. And this exact impact is unclear, and that data has been removed for future models. And in parallel, we are working on a larger update to Cursor Bench, hence the exclusion here. So what this means is that, like, technically, whenever you have like a leak of that happening, they don't know what the actual impact is. So whatever answers that could be included, it can try to use that to figure it out. And one of the things that we've learned is that if Grok can see that information, it's going to always reach for it and use that as its bias. And I think it's really helpful that a model will use everything in its capability to try to what people will call cheating, but you want it something that's going to be very thorough to grab everything as much as possible to use it to its advantage. So in that sense, obviously they're going to come up with new benchmarks to push these models further. And we're kind of entering a new layer of things, and I call it like the orchestration era. And so that's kind of where these models are now able to run for much longer horizons. They're able to spin up many agents. They're able to understand these large problems, decompose them down, and execute on them. So that's something that I've been developing as a skill that you can start experimenting with and playing with. So if you check out my GitHub right now, on Ray Fernando 1337, I also have a skill called the wave skill. So that's a cool skill that you can go ahead and play around with. To me, it can add a lot of the verification parts that some of these models really miss. And if you have a good orchestrator model that can hand off to other models, this is really perfect for that type of thing. So we're going to, LinkedIn doesn't let me stream for more than 4 hours, so we have to end the stream. And so that's kind of where we're at with this thing. I have a bunch of other stuff in here. If you want to go ahead and check it out, definitely do that. Wheezy, what's going on? Welcome back, man. I can't believe you're still watching on Twitch, yo. I think you're like my only Twitch. Oh, I have 2 Twitch viewers. Let's go. Fable plan to add Grok build for now. I think they limited 5.5 with the last couple of days. And I think we have seen, yeah. I don't know what's up. It started AI engineering roadmap, was reading up on OpenAI API. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. If you want to also check out the school community, I have a thing called StartMyAI. This is a phenomenal community of people that I'm starting to build right off the ground. So just go ahead and get on in. It's free to join, and encourage anyone who's really interested in connecting with others. If you're on the stream, you're probably like-minded, just like some of the others on the stream who are trying to discover the edge of engineering. I post a lot of free stuff on here. I mean, everything's free actually. So as of now, basically, I just want people to kind of hang out. I would love to, my goal is to do actual like more in-person events. I feel like there's a lot of alpha in all of us kind of working together, sharing. So while I'm here in Hawaii, I'm going to try to kick off an event. If you're here in Hawaii, let me know, because the next week on Friday, I'm going to have something where I'm just going to have an IRL meetup and just kind of code together and kind of play around with these models. And GPT 5.6 Soul would have been out. All these models would have been out for a hard time. So that's what's up. Is it hard what you've done, or anybody can do it? What specifically are you talking about? And as far as like other things to look at, any resource wise, I have the skills file that are pretty cool. If you want to play around with that kit with Pebbles, right? Download the minimal real-time kit. This has everything you need, completely free, right? This has the snippets that the agents will love to see. And these patterns are the patterns that your agents can then use as examples to write the code, so that everything kind of works right away first shot. So using a base like this, you'll basically get exactly what I built on stream without wasting all these extra tokens. And all you would have to do is just prompt your features in, change the character from a Pebbles to a lion or whatever else you want to do, and it will help make that for you. So I think you're asking about the app Real-Time AI. If you start with this minimal real-time kit, you already have it out of the box. All the code that you need to configure it is already there to go. if you want to ship it to the App Store, just tell your agent you want to do that, and it has the information for how to do that using the AI proxy. So there's a thing called AI proxy so that your key doesn't leak. So AI proxy. And so aiproxy.com. So yeah, AI proxy will have those integration guides for you. And so AI proxy, if you don't know, basically it's just like a really safe way to have your app on the App Store without your key being intercepted. And what's nice about it is that like people can't hit your endpoint and try to spam it because it has to be, coming from an Apple device, and they basically take care of all that stuff for you. And it's really, really cool. My friend Luzel and another buddy of his have come up and, made this whole concept. I just got introduced to them when I started doing this stuff like 3+ years ago. They have a great product. I'm not sponsored by them, but I've become good friends with them because there were so few people building in the AI space in Swift back in the days. But I definitely like to support their work and I like what they're doing. So yeah, I'm not an investor or anything like that. I just really like their product. But if you haven't had a chance, go check out their GitHub repo too, because they have some really cool example repos that are really fun to play with. So in here, let me see if I can go AI proxy team. So there's that's the OpenAI real-time demo. I had to update. See, like the version that's there is out of date, so I had to update it for all the new APIs. But if you go AI proxy Swift, actually on their app website, let's see, go back to resources, sample apps here. So aiproxy.com. These are the apps that Todd Hamilton, who's their the other business partner, he made these apps, which are amazing. So you can take these apps and just tell your agent to improve on them and then tell it to hook up to the latest, models for things. So when these were made several years ago, like it was really hard. It took a long time to get an image generated, but you will see like he wrote stuff with like metal shaders and, you could bring your own keys and stuff like that. It's just incredible the work that is being done. And like even this film recommender, you just slide it in a certain direction. It'll recommend you a film depending on where you did that. You can take all these components and put them into your own apps, all included there, which is insane. So definitely check that out. There's a lot of examples and things you could build and then kind of take it from there. It doesn't take too much rocket science, and we're pretty much just giving this stuff away for free because I want y'all to build with me. And I think there's a lot of value in all of us kind of building and sharing ideas live, which I really enjoy doing with y'all. So next Friday, we get Gemini 3.5 Pro. Hopefully. That'd be really interesting. I've already built a real-time AI. I was just wondering if the average Joe can do it too. I mean, I think you should worry more about like, this is where I'm having the same problem. It's like, I'm realizing that just because someone else can build it, there's a whole different category of products that people want, and even people that are not even paying attention to. So on Twitter, no one's paying attention to anyone that's older 60, but those are the people who actually have a lot of money here in America. They're a baby boomer generation. They've acquired a lot of wealth over the ages. And if you market products to them that are simple and easy to use, you have just a huge bucket of money to pull from that. If you make stuff simple, that's actually kind of counterintuitive, and if it serves them well and they like it, they're going to tell 10 of their friends like super fast because their friends are going to be like, wow, you look so cool using some cool technology. And they're going to feel like wizards because you just made their life easier. And then all of a sudden now you have like a viral app that's for a whole demographic that no one cares about on social media, except for these people. And then they're on Facebook. And guess what? Those people on Facebook tell everyone on Facebook. It's kind of crazy. I don't have Facebook myself. I've just witnessed this. And so if you can get a grandma to use your app, it's game over, bro. Like she's going to tell everyone in town. And there's a massive advantage that no one's talking about that you should probably think about this. So don't think that about who can build your app. Just think about who you're serving, whether you're serving them and continuing to, meet their needs. And then if they're like even excited to share it, how can you make that happen? And then obviously charge money up front because that's how you're going to be able to tell whether people are going to really come out of the pocket to want to try to, really give you that feedback and kind of move forward. Because that tells you that there's a signal that there's enough pain point for that to move forward. So that's what's up, man. And the average Joe doesn't really care. I mean, there's average Joes. It's kind of crazy, the level of these things. So yeah, hopefully those things were useful. All right, I got to get going because it's already 7:30 and I don't think I've had dinner yet. And my brother's right here. You're probably hungry, right? Okay. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So he's ate before he's walked. The vibes right now are crazy immaculate. Like I'm loving the lighting right now. This is crazy. This is a whole vibe. So this is what we're doing in Hawaii. Tomorrow I'm going to be back. Tomorrow's Soul Day. So 5 o'clock a.m. I'm going to be up. I'm going to be recording a podcast. And then after that, if the model is dropping, because it's here in Hawaii, right? So 5, 6, 7, 8. So that'd be 8 o'clock. So probably by 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, probably the model's going to be out and then get access to that soul. And we're just going to keep cooking, man. This is what's up. So you're quitting your stream before I am. Hey, am I missing the full stack app dev or could I explore it after trying engineer? I don't know what you mean. Am I missing the... Later, bro. Thanks, man. Cool stream as always. Okay, shout outs to Z400 Racer 37 because you stayed from the very beginning of the stream 4+ hours ago till right now, bro. MVP of the stream. MVP of the stream. Easy, easy. Yeah, y'all are MVPs right now. I will have timestamps if you're willing to go back. They're all gonna, Ree's in as well. Another MVP of the stream. Over 2 hours on the stream for sure. Easy. Y'all are crushing it. Later, man. Oh man. So fire. You're so good. Yeah, I will have timestamps below. Thanks so much for the vibes. I really appreciate everyone's support. Y'all are real ones on this channel. There's so much alpha in this stream. It's kind of fun. And so it's been kind of fun to just hang out with y'all and do this stuff. Rami Nguyen, man. Where are you from? Vietnam? Let's see. All right, y'all. What's going on? All right. So yeah, 411. That's a really good number. Actually, I want to end the stream on 420. Just for the Grok stream, right? I didn't think I'd be going this long. Thanks for the fun. Yeah, this has been so much fun. Sydney. Oh, wow. That's a pretty long trek. Thanks for the time, man. Yeah, you guys are so good. Your cam is not hurting for focus, cinematic lighting. Let's fucking yeah. Is it having trouble focusing? No, I think it's good right now. Yeah, the lighting is super cinematic right now. It's like butter. It's like butter. Yeah, that's what we do around here. Actually, yeah, this got the whole setup. I got my app, got my quest, and we're gonna do this quest right now. No, the old setup. Oh yeah, there's a issue because of a camera thing I have set up over there. Yeah, so all right, y'all. Peace out, y'all.